while COVID-19 set us back from our pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals, it has also reinforced their necessity and also their urgency. We need to start doing things differently, and we need to start right now. We know instinctively, as well as through decades of experience, that for any community to truly develop, then there must be equal and dignified opportunity for all. We can't stand out if we're not inclusive, and we can't do it at all if we're not all together.
Hello. Welcome to Global Goals for All. We are live from Dubai Expo 2020. I'm Gail Galley, and I'm very excited to be hosting the first ever Global Goals Week to take place outside of the United Nations General Assembly. And what better place to host it? Now, I think we all know the world is facing some unprecedented challenges, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that the global goals are the answer. I promise you, you'll be singing that theme tune all day. It's a proper earworm. Now, implementing these 17 goals is going to take an unprecedented amount of cooperation, collaboration, and creativity. And we haven't got long to start because we only have, well, less than a decade to drive real change and achieve the 2030 agenda. But with this breathtaking Dubai Expo leading the way, the global community is once more able to come together and forge partnerships and drive innovations. Expo itself, I mean, I've seen it, is breathing and living the Sustainable Development Goals. They inform and inspire every part of this incredible site, from its program for people and planet through to the amazing Opportunity Pavilion, and also the Best Practice program, which is showing real interventions, sustainable interventions in initiatives and projects all over the world, and we'll hear from one later. So we couldn't be in a better place for this very special event to take place, right at the heart of the Expo, where one thing really is very clear. We have an urgent and a shared to-do list. So today we'll be hearing from a range of change makers, thought leaders, and opinion formers who'll be sharing what's on their to-do lists and how they're going to get their goals achieved. We'll be taking a deep dive into the climate crisis. Then after lunch, we'll be hearing from all sorts of amazing thinkers who will challenge our perception of the very world we live in. And then throughout the day, we'll hear from more people here and online. We're hearing from a Hollywood actor, a professional footballer, a White House advisor, a YouTube creator, activists, leaders, innovators, ambassadors, experts, and even poets. And there's more important contributors out there, and that is you. We really want to hear what is on your to-do lists, both in the room and watching the live stream today, and I'll come back to how you do that in a bit later. But one to-do list for us today, and I'm sorry to have to remind you, but please do keep your masks on, and please don't move the chairs from the formation they are in at the moment to keep us all safe. Thank you so much. So let's get started. I am Very excited to talk to you about our first two incredible guests. They're here to talk about how we're going to drive progress for people and planet. Please, would you welcome our host today, coming in through the screen, the Minister for International Cooperation and also the Director of the whole of Expo 2020 in Dubai, Her Excellency Reem Al Hashimi. And hello, Your Excellency. Thanks for joining us. And we're also welcome to the stage the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed.
Take this thing off now, right?
You can take this thing off now. Your Excellency, welcome. We should begin by talking about where we actually are, and I'm sorry you're not here with us, but great to have you on screen. Could you tell us a little about the SDGs and Expo? Because I can see them everywhere. They're in the thematic weeks. They're really deep in the program for people and planet. And obviously, there's a terrific partnership with the United Nations. So tell us a little bit about how all that has come together and how is it working?
Thank you very much, Kay. It's to be with all of you, even if it's virtual. I was saying in an earlier session that the SDGs framed how we looked at designing Expo. And certainly when I say design, I also mean design it physically. The site is very conscious of its carbon footprint. The innovation and technology that we brought to the table took the SDGs at the very heart of it. You'll see we have a women's pavilion, which is unheard of in an Expo because we want to speak about the importance of gender parity and the empowerment of women and girls. You'll see that in our thematic weeks across the 6 months, we've really designed it around the SDGs. And the reason why we've done that is not only because the UAE believes in this so strongly, and Expo is an extension of the vision of the UAE, but because the SDGs sit in the heart of all of us as responsible, active global citizens. And we feel very particular about wanting to make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel, that we continue on with the legacy of what has already been designed, but we do our bit in a responsible way and in a compelling way to ensure that we add positively to this trajectory. And I think that as I look at not only what we've been able to do as hosts, but what countries have been excited about doing through this Expo, you see it very much through the lens of the SDGs. And we always try to bring it back and link it to how we've managed to do this collectively and together. Now, this week, we're really honoring the SDGs as sort of, you see it more visibly with the post-its and with the Al-Wasl show last night, but this has been in the making and in our programming from the very beginning, but really highlighting it during this week. Amina loves to talk about a Christmas tree, so this is sort of like the Christmas show, if you will, but it's something that's been part and parcel of how we've designed things, and the stories, I think, Gail, through the countries, through leadership in different countries, as they speak about their not only contribution to the SDGs, but their conviction of the SDGs. And I think that's what, if Expo has managed to do anything well, it's really managed to capture that cadre of collective wisdom, but also collective action, so that we could all honor the privilege of hosting an event and being part of an event as grand as this one.
I mean, grand is certainly the word. Our team, as you know, we've been working with you for a while. The show last night was incredible at Al-Wasl. I mean, we have never seen the goals rain so beautifully, have we? It was just magnificent. So I'm sure you can look at it again online for those of you watching. It really was terrific. And you mentioned action there, Your Excellency. So I think that's a good point to bring Amina in, because Expo is an example of innovation. It's optimistic. It's incredibly creative. But the time for just creative optimism is over. And I think I've heard you talk a lot, Amina, before about action. So how can we absolutely turn this into a decade of action on the goals?
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to see you, Reem. I think what we're seeing here is a demonstration of our very best selves in every single pavilion, and a sense of equity and the opportunity to present that. And it's not often that you get that. So the big countries and the small countries equal really in what they are and who they are. And I was coming into this venue and thinking, wow, there's Somalia and there's Ethiopia, and they have such difficult context, yet they're showing you their potentials. And that's what really the goals are about, is that, you know, we're at a certain place, and for different countries it's different. It may not be the very best, but the aspiration to get there. 6 years in, where are we? Didn't do very well before the pandemic, and even worse since then. The challenges are there in poverty, many more back, many jobs lost, many women who not only have had their agency taken away from them, but the huge surge in the silent pandemic of gender-based violence. Children who are offline because they couldn't get into school with a shutdown, unlikely, many of them, to go back to school. So challenges many. The good news is that we do have the tools. We've got the roadmap, as Reem has said, that's the best set of goals we ever designed, and they're all doable. But we have the challenges that need partnerships. They need strong institutions. They need resources. And it is those things that need to all come together, if you would, in the perfect opportunity of the country level, where this is where people are. This is where children are, women are, youth are, and how to make that happen in a response to the country's needs, in the time that they need it to happen, and at the scale they need it to happen. And what does that mean? For us today, it's great to have our Minister for Climate here, Mariam, who speaks you know, to the demands of climate action. So pick that up and say, what are those actions that we need to take? We are speaking about the ambition of reducing our emissions so that we can live in a world that will survive. Energy transition is going to be a big one, and how do we do that to get to those that are hardest to reach? So that whole leave no one behind, we need to ask ourselves, who are the no ones, and then go after them. Energy transition is one way. Connectivity, digital connectivity that brings us into the marketplace, brings us into school, connects us with health, that needs to happen for everyone. And picking up the sectors without which we would not survive. So the food systems that need to transform, that we need to use technology, seeing the green and the blue economies come to life, all those need to be the investments that we should be making.
It's hard work, isn't it? There's a lot to do. And
Absolutely, but it's not, you know, every government is actually doing it. They're just not doing it very well. So if you go into a government and you search through their budget, they are spending on health and on education and agriculture, but are they doing it in the most efficient way? Are they reaching everyone? Are they connecting to the technologies and the future that we all want to see? No, and this is where the goals give you a guide, and the targets that they set, ambitious as they might be, also show you the partnerships and the possibilities to get it done.
Yeah, and we talked last night a little about the need to carry on in between the firework moments. So, Your Excellency, I wonder what is on your mind for how you sustain this incredible Expo? You know, this has given such great energy, I think, and exposure to the goals, and probably re-upped everyone's commitment to them who's come into contact with it. How are you going to work to make sure that this momentum is continued, especially in this region?
So I'm afraid, Gail, we're not.
Oh.
We're not, because I'll tell you why. I think we're all responsible for taking from this and then carrying it forward. The Expo intentionally lives for 182 days, and just as intentionally, its legacy lives on forever. So whoever we've managed to inspire and collectively plan with to take things forward in their own governments, with my own government, in a group that are like-minded and as ambitious and as aggressive, they will take on a new form, a different form. It won't be an Expo form. The Expo, I think part of its charm is that it can bring people together around a cause and a purpose, but it's also vulnerable. Its success is vulnerable to what people end up doing with it. It can't continue to be the custodian or the chaperone of that action. It can only hope that everything it's managed to cultivate is enough to stand the test of time and strong enough to inspire people moving forward. I know for a fact that there are hundreds of relationships that have been cultivated with and through this Expo that will live and stand the test of time. And mine included. I mean, I speak a lot about how my team and I have been changed through this experience, have grown because of this experience. And I know I can't take Expo out of me. What we can do is we can make sure that we honor the legacy of the Expo by continue to live the purpose of this Expo. And so and that's why we've rallied around other stakeholders and a multi-stakeholdership approach. It was never the host telling the countries or the host telling the corporate sector or the academia or the civil society that have partnered with us. It was always the host as Expo saying, what could we collectively do? And just like any sieve, some things fall through the cracks. And there is a group smaller than what you initially started with that remain. And it's that I hope the Expo manages to leave behind so that they can take that flame forward. But when we close on March 31st as an event, that ends. As a persona, that also ends. As a legal structure, we also end. Which has been quite traumatic actually for my team and I to look at, okay, 73 days left and then what? But it's also a time where we must reflect, so what do we now do with all of this? And how do we take of it in our own lives, both personal but also professional, to make sure that it continues to live forever? And I'm very confident that its impact will live forever.
And what I like about what you said there, Your Excellency, is that you brought it back to people. You brought it back to people taking action is how this legacy goes forward, and I think that's absolutely right. I'm actually just going to pop to a question that you raised there, and I'm going to put it across to Amina. You mentioned how the goals need to be a multi-sector effort. This needs to be all sectors coming together. Amina, what have you seen from the different sectors? Where do you think great work is happening, and where, without pointing fingers, needs to try harder?
There's a huge amount that's happening here. Every pavilion you go into, as I said, demonstrates what they're doing with technology, with innovation, down to even just the spoken word and how that can help us to shape our minds and be more creative and engaged and keep hope alive, because that, I often say, is the commodity of the UN. Between the miserable and the aspiration, we've got to keep closing that gap every day. So
yes.
what do you do that with the hope and the actions that need to be taken? So I can say that technology and innovation here, the spirit of young people. I mean, this is my second time, which is great. And the first time were huge swaths of young people who were going into each and every pavilion and learning. And I think that what we need to do is that these experiences, to do justice to what has been invested in time and energy and everyone's sweat, is as we leave, the homework we take is, how do you plug and play those experiences at home? So if you're going home and you're talking about the education sector, what is it in the education sector you feel you can take back? Technology, how are we going to place the teachers in this reimagined education that we need? If it's health, even with technology, how do we bring that closer to people? So rather than people doing the almost impossible in trying to access it, how do you take health to people? And you can do that now so much easier. So it's really to put your thinking caps on individually and collectively, because not everything we can do as one. We have to lift. This is an agenda that talks about integration. So you don't think about any one goal without its impact on others. And you'll all ask, what's your favorite goal? And we all want to say gender, right? Because we all own that goal. But you have to sort of say, how does that become the docking station for the other 16? And in this exhibition, how have we seen that play out in the conversations that women have had about their rights, their agency, the challenges, but also the opportunities, leadership, and when you get it, how do you continue to occupy that space? What do you deliver on? Expectations, yours and others. So I think it's a plethora of issues, and that to know life is like that. It is difficult, it is complex, but if we pay attention to it, and we look at the situation, the context, the solutions are there. Some of them have to be co-created. Let's be humble enough to know we don't have all the answers. Don't prescribe, for goodness sake, not today, and inspire. And I think that that's what this opportunity, this experience has done. has inspired against all odds.
And I think so. If I'm hearing you correctly, it's not about any one sector.
No.
It's about all sectors, just as the goals are not about any one goal, but they're about all the goals. I love the fact that you can put any one almost in the middle and track it.
That's how they were
the
designed,
edges.
because we listened to people. Real life is about all these complex things on the ground. You can't put them into silos. They happen all at the same time. And leadership on the ground, whether it's the president or prime minister, to the CEO of a company or the head of a civil society organization, have to think about that all at the same time. And it becomes quite, it's overwhelming because the scale of the things that need to happen. But when you start to unpack it and you see who you need around the table and you reach out, surprise, surprise, people come to the table, they engage and they lift.
I do find that as one of the great things about the goals also. They do bring people to the table, don't they? They do. But, well, let's stick with gender, because that is a goal that we're going to be talking about in a bit of detail later. And I know it's extremely close to both of your kind of passions and commitments. And here you are, two extremely powerful women, you know, in great positions of leadership. I just wonder what your reflections are, and I'll come to you, Your Excellency, next on this one. How do you see gender as being a real driver to achieve all of the goals?
So, I mean, Amina was right when she spoke about all of the goals as docking stations integrate everything else to the table. And I think that's the way it was designed, but also that's the way it is. Sorry, I got a slight interruption at home. When I think of the effort that needs to be exercised for gender in the Arab and in the Muslim world, and gender parity particularly, I am overwhelmed with how much we have to do. I'm overwhelmed with how we need to do the lifting as well as Arab and as Muslim women, because there still remains in the 21st century such a large disparity between what the scriptures or what the Quran says and how culture redefines that. And here, if we think of a country like Afghanistan, for example, but also many other communities across this region, I'll even include Sub-Saharan Africa as well, there is until this day, a lack of understanding about how critical it is to be able to achieve progress and prosperity, how impossible it is to achieve progress and prosperity in any nation if women don't sit at the heart of any design that is made accordingly. This is not about whitewashing the presence of women in government or the presence of women in companies. It is truly about including them to design policy, to design community involvement. And if it isn't there, it just will never happen. Now, the experience of the UAE is a very unique one. It's a very special one, but it's also a very replicated one. There's no reason why others who hold a similar value system to ours in terms of religion and culture cannot or will not apply this as well. So I'm very, I feel a very a very responsible calling to make sure that in every opportunity I get, I speak about how important it is to include women in these, in the heart of any development plan, in the heart of any policy framing, because our perspective is different. And that means you will have a richer output as a result and a better outcome as a result. And so, we're lucky to have not just our foreign minister, Zaina Sheikh Abdullah, but the entire leadership of the UAE very strongly believing this as well. And we've designed over the years, over the decades, our approach in that way. You can't tackle poverty if you're not looking at women. You can't tackle education if you're not looking at women and girls. And that's why it's been one of the 3 pillars we've used in our Security Council bid, and we are planning to serve our Security Council seat also through that prism, as well as why we've added women as a cross-cutting horizontal in all of the thematic weeks that we have: women, youth, and technology. So it is very much part and parcel of who we are, but we still need to do so much more, because there's a lot out there that is still lagging behind significantly. And if I could probably speak in similar ways about any of the other goals, if you look at poverty, for example, this is a nation that knew poverty, that knew poverty startlingly well 50 years ago, if not less. There is an understanding about what it means to be integrated and interconnected. And there is a deep conviction that unless we are addressing it all together, we're not going to be able to advance anything properly.
I think what you say will be very inspiring to, you mentioned young people, to other young women watching. I mean, you two right here are fantastic role models for that kind of audience. Amina, have you ever, is there a time when you look back on your career to date where you think your gender may have held you back? And is there something you could say to young women coming up their own careers that could give them inspiration to overcome that?
It still holds you back. I mean, unconscious bias and in a room where you're chairing a meeting and then suddenly the men around the room are having a meeting without you. I mean, it still happens. There's a lot to change about the way in which we consider the partnership that's needed to lift humanity. And when we coin the phrase human rights and women's rights, we need to see that demonstrated when you say there is no bird that flies on half a wing, right? We're the other half. And what we bring to the table is lifting humanity. And so when I see the leadership that we have today, my message to young people is that once you occupy the space, you've got to deliver on it. You've got to understand what needs to be done with our rights, with our agency, with all the policies that Reem talks about. But then you've got to bring in young people, women, to the table, into the positions. So in the UN, in the last 5 years, we have parity now in management. We have parity in all the representation around the world in the leadership of our offices. That takes an effort to change the system. And then I'm suddenly finding myself with a table full of women and saying, where are the men? It's a good feeling. But anyway, it shouldn't last.
We do have some men coming on stage. I know this looks terrifically female right now.
It shouldn't last. We do need the parity, so we need to see both of us at the table, and that's important. And then I think that, you know, in everything that we do, we need to have a measure which shows that success is about having both gender at the table. And doing what we need to do to lift this. And often the measures are not like that. It's almost as though we need to see, you know, all children in school, but what about the girls? And so we need to target. The targeting needs to be better. The measures need to be better. Yeah, so I think that we're on track to get there if we would just talk less about perhaps some of the goals that we put there and more about what needs to happen to get us there and to keep us there.
Yeah.
And so when I look back, I think, yes, there's a lot that might have prevented me and still does. But what I do is use what I have as a woman to push forward. And in many of those cases, when I've worked with men, I've never, you know, you're either my brother or you're my partner or you're, you know, so you're a part of the success that I intend to have, and I use it. And I think that we have to sometimes remember how to use our power at the table to do this, and never apologize for being a woman. And certainly when you get into the room, don't try to be a man, because there's so much more we bring to the table. And it's recognizing that power and using it. And, you know, the microphone's a wonderful thing. Get it as often as you can, because without it, we don't have the same voice, right? And so when we're trying to raise our voices and to be heard, it's suddenly, oh, she's screeching, and why is she shouting? Well, she doesn't have a microphone. And so, you know, there's many, many little things that you know, we feel intimidated by, and we shouldn't. Be comfortable in your skin, and just put your best foot forward and make sure that you take women and people with you.
Oh, Amina, I want to... I want a meeting masterclass with Amina Mohammed. Wouldn't we all love that? Perhaps we'll put it on TikTok, your favorite new platform. Unfortunately, we could have this conversation, I think, for the whole session, and everyone would love it, but we're going to run out of time. So I'm going to close with just to ask you for one quick question for an answer from each of you. We're asking everyone today to think about what's on their to-do list. So I would really love to hear what is, I mean, you're both incredibly busy people, but what is on the top of your to-do list? I'll go first to Her Excellency. What is on your to-do list for this year?
So probably after a well-awaited vacation after Expo, my to-do list...
Granted.
Definitely. My to-do list would actually be to write. I don't write enough, and I would love to be able to write out more of what my learnings and what my experience has been, and also to share. And I also don't share enough of my personal life. So I would like to be able to do a lot more of that. What I encourage my team and definitely my family members to look at, and that's sort of the path that I'm on as well, is to make sure that every day the sun doesn't set unless I've done something good. And so how you define good is up to you, but it needs to be a very conscious effort of actually doing something good. So making sure that lands every single day before we go to bed.
Oh, that's a beautiful thought. Thank you so much. Amina, can you share what's on your to-do list?
Wow, as DSG or as Amina?
Whichever you like.
I think, two sides of the coin. As the Deputy Secretary General, we have to make sure that we do the very best that we can in the next 5 years of our term to get the global goals done. And that means for this year, lifting our common agenda that points to many investments and movement in countries that has to happen. So move our country teams, 131 of them, to do much more to accompany countries to get that done. On the Amina side, I think I just want to be a better mother and grandmother. And instead of sending what young people have taught me to do, and it's not so good, instead of just sort of responding to them with emojis that smile or say this or do this, to actually take a little time to listen and to have a conversation. Because at the age that I am now, I find that, if I'm going to be useful in the next 5 years, listening to what some of those solutions could possibly be coming from younger people will make me far more effective. So I will get the TikTok right. But, just that, when we say, think about your grandchildren, and our grandchildren are smarter than our children were when they were that age, and things are changing so fast. And we have to be, if not ahead of it, at least abreast of it. And I think that, you don't have to go very far. You just have to touch those that are next to you, your family, your neighbor, your community or society, and just feel from them what it is that needs to be done. So that in the privileged position that I'm in, hopefully I leave my office better than I met it.
Well, thank you so much for that. And I will have to bring this conversation to a close now, but I would just heartfelt thanks to you both. This has been a really inspiring start to Global Goals Week and Global Goals for All. So thank you so much, Her Excellency Al-Hashimi. Thank you so much, DSG Amina. Thank you. We show our thanks to our wonderful panelists. Well, that was a really great start. I hope you all agree. We are now going to hear from someone else who came to the Expo quite recently and also cares very passionately about achieving the SDGs. So please do welcome a pre-record of the chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill Gates.
Hello. I'm honored to join the UAE and global partners at the Dubai Expo. It's a great success. Thanks to Her Excellency Reem Al-Hashimi for extending the invitation to join the Global Goals for All event. And thanks to everyone taking part today for drawing more attention to the Sustainable Development Goals, the deadline for which is now only 8 years away. At the Gates Foundation, we're especially focused on the goal of ending poverty and hunger, achieving gender equality, and lessening the impacts of climate change. but one that really speaks to the heart of what we do is SDG 3, ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all ages. In fact, Melinda and I first created the foundation after we discovered that every year millions of children around the world suffer and die from diseases like rotavirus, diarrhea, pneumonia, diseases that have essentially disappeared or are totally treatable in wealthy countries. Most recently, we've been engaged in the fight against COVID-19. There's a lot of work to do on all these issues, but collectively, we've been making tremendous progress. We're heartened by the fact that the number of children who die before their 5th birthday has been cut in half since the year 2000. That said, the SDGs aren't something we can cram for the night or year before the deadline. It's especially true given the pandemic, which has set back progress on many fronts. If we're going to reach the critical goals by 2030, we need 2022 and every year thereafter to be a year of action. It's going to take all hands on deck, governments, philanthropies, nonprofits, and the private sector, committed, focused, and working together to reach the SDGs in the next 8 years. I would add that one critically important item on my personal to-do list for SDG 3 is helping to ensure the world is much better prepared for the next pandemic. In the past 2 years, we've seen amazing scientific breakthroughs, such as the fastest ever creation of a safe vaccine through the mRNA platform. But we've also seen that unequal distribution and lack of funding and supply have left too many people at high risk in low-income countries still waiting for their first COVID shot. So we need a more transparent system for accelerating the global supply of vaccines in the future, one that can make more doses and allocate them more equitably. We also need more tools to swiftly contain outbreaks as they happen, such as readily available rapid testing, more distributed genetic sequencing and surveillance capability, and better logistical systems to get commodities where they're needed. By preparing now for the next pandemic, I believe we may be able to prevent it. And more than that, we can apply these same systems in peacetime to combat all the diseases that remain a problem around the world. In other words, preparing for the next pandemic will also help us achieve SDG 3 and create the world we want, where everyone has a chance to lead a healthy life. It's a goal worth striving for, and I'm very glad that all of you here are part of this effort. We have 8 years to go. Let's go to work. Thank you.
Woo. There you go. Bill's got a to-do list. And now, hopefully inspired by that, we want to hear what's on your to-do list. So if you're in the room, you probably already have found there's a post-it pad of stickies. Anything you think of as you're going through the afternoon, listening to our speakers, any inspiring thoughts and actions you get, put them on the pad. And on the live stream, whatever you've got to hand, just make a note of your to-dos because we really want to hear them. And you can write them up just like this. You've heard what Bill's is. Prepare for the next pandemic. Any action at all, it doesn't even have to be linked to a goal, just tell us what you're going to do to drive progress in the world. And then we want to hear them in this room. So once you've done that, it would be great if you could open the QR code and send them in. And we're going to be reading through them as we get to the end of the session. So if you haven't caught that, don't worry. It's also just gone out on the Twitter feed for Expo Dubai 2020 and also on @GlobalGoals. So you can focus on getting them down and then you can find out how to send them in. And if you need some inspiration on why and how to do that, have a look at this. get those thoughts down. Now, 6 years ago, this very month, the global goals came into effect. And they immediately began to make huge strides towards achieving the goals. But of course, no surprise, 2 years of the pandemic has stalled progress, and in some cases, some goals have gone backwards. In the latest annual report on SDG progress, the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, said that the next 18 months will really determine whether the pandemic has turned out to be the great wake-up call that we needed or not. So to discuss some of those crucial issues and decisions that we need to take, I am delighted to welcome on stage some real change makers. So please welcome the environmental activist, editor-in-chief of the Climate Report, Jerome Foster II. Please come up. There you are. The co-founder and CEO of UVA, Nikhil Taneja. Join us. And the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Youth, Jayathma Wickramanayaka. Please join us. Hi, everyone. How are you all? You may take your masks off on stage if you like. Nice to see you again, Nikhil.
Nice to see you again.
I actually haven't seen you since we launched the goals.
I know.
This agenda is much has been said about how it is a universal agenda, right? All goals for all people everywhere. Can you tell us why does that matter?
First of all, really, really privileged to be sharing a stage with such incredible people. You know, Gail, it's always been so interesting to me how, as a world, we can't even agree upon the fact how do we wear masks. And there's still some people who think masks should be worn here. But there's 193 UN member states who agree that the SDGs matter. I'll tell you why I feel that I'll give you 3 points on why I feel that the goals matter a lot. Number one, the goals don't discriminate. You know, they're the same for everyone. No matter if you're a developed nation, a developing nation, poor, rich, young, old, whether you like Squid Games or Emily in Paris, you know, they don't leave anyone behind. You know, no matter your pop culture references. Number two, you know, I feel like there are shared language, as the youth or the Gen Z would call it, a love language for all the world and the people connected by it. They're a universal agenda just as much as vaccines are a universal agenda, just as much as our love for BTS or Taylor Swift is a universal agenda. Just in that they bring people together as one world, as one people, as one collective. You know, and the third point, and this is really important to me, you know, they help us achieve a better world for the next generation, for the youth of the world, for the future of our humanity. You know, in conclusion, I'd say that, you know, how they say that to overcome COVID, I think at this point, no one is safe until everyone is safe. So I feel like to achieve progress also, no country can truly achieve progress unless everyone achieves progress, and that's why the goals matter, and that's why they need to be universal.
That's beautifully said. Is love language really a thing?
It is a thing.
Oh my God.
Emily in Paris is the love language for a lot of folks out there.
Okay.
That's questionable.
Jayathma, tell us about love language.
It's been renewed for 2 more seasons.
Oh, gosh. I'm not going to ask you about love language, but I'll ask you afterwards. What I am going to ask you is, I mean, Amina and Her Excellency were discussing it earlier about the interconnected nature of the goals, right? We often talk about their strength is that they're a holistic system. What does that mean in practice?
Yeah, I think I was so glad to hear Amina and Minister Reem both speaking about the interconnected and interlinked nature of the goals. And that means in plain, simple language is that we cannot achieve one goal without achieving the other. And that the success of each goal depends on the success of the other goals, and the failure of each goal will depend on the failure of the other goals. For an example, you cannot achieve gender equality if you do not have all children in school. You cannot have all children in school until you address poverty. To address poverty, you need strong, transparent, independent institutions in countries. So it's very logical that these goals are interconnected and interlinked. But one of the most amazing things that I've seen is in my work, I get to work with thousands of young people, solution makers like Jerome in communities, like Nikhil in communities, and the solutions and the innovations that makes the most transformational change in communities are solutions that tackle multiple problems at the same time. So as much as climate change doesn't affect me today, and tomorrow I'm affected by environment, and the day after I'm affected by education, the solutions should also be holistic in nature. So I think that's where, as Nikhil said, the pieces of the puzzle fits together, that SDGs itself are interconnected and interlinked, so must be the solutions that we bring to the table.
Absolutely. And I'm just thinking as you were talking there, two of my favorite goals, that you can link them by saying there's no gender equality on a dead planet, which is my segue into you, Jerome, because you are very much, I would say, a climate activist. But I'd love to hear a little from you. How do the global goals help?
Absolutely. When we talk about what the global goals are and how they're going to help our future, we have to talk about the fact that when we have these goals and when we set targets for them, it's oftentimes the people that are in the streets that are making these tangible and making them real for everyday people. Like whenever we climate strike in front of the White House or organize millions of people around the world to understand what climate justice means, it's always, what's the policy behind that? What's the next step? What's the implementation? Because even as a youth activist, now working as a White House advisor, it's been that transition from protest to policy. And it's been, what do these goals mean in this next 8 years? What is the targets that we have to have? Because oftentimes we talk about, oh, we need climate justice, we need gender equality, we need so many of these targets. But it means for young people, it's an urgency of right now. It's the urgency of saying, if you invite us to this room, if we organize our way into this room, we can't just be just sitting at a table and just have the equivalent of a smile and a wave. We need for real understanding and real, honestly, respect in how we talk about the implementation. Because even working in the White House now, it's been a struggle saying, hey, make sure that we think about the longevity of our solutions. Because when we talk about climate change, again, it's like we have an understanding of short-term solutions and long-term solutions. We can talk about carbon removal from direct air capture, but where do you capture it? It could leak through the ground. And then that's another situation for us in the future. And that's how we see youth being a part of the table, seeing how our future will actually impact us. Because if we only think about the next decade of action, we don't think about the next century where I have to live. That's the real issue that we're facing now as youth, is that even though we're invited to these tables, even though we're invited to these panels and discussions, we have to be seen as equal in the implementation process and how this next century will look for us and our children as well.
And so what I'm hearing is the goals are useful because they're about how. Right?
Exactly.
They're like how you can implement it. So annoying young people, they want stuff to happen. Okay, let's try. Talking of stuff to happen, you're all back later, so I can't wait to hear more from you later. But I'm going to ask you the same question I finished the last panel on, which is what's on your to-do list for this year? So why don't I start with you, Jaya?
Yeah, I think for me, really picking up on what Jerome said, to highlight more and more the potential that young people bring to the table. I think in almost every session that I've been at Expo, and probably almost every session that I've been in the last 2 years, people talk a lot about young people. But if you actually go into their boardrooms, if you actually go into their offices, actually go into their advisory groups, you won't see a lot of young people. And even if those young people are there, they would hardly get an opportunity to speak up. Their ideas would actually hardly be acted upon. So how do we create spaces where those spaces are co-owned by young people and those solutions are co-shaped by young people? So at the UN, we've introduced the first ever youth strategy to do this across the UN system. We've been implementing it for 3 years, and this year we'll be looking a lot more at accountability. So we have data coming in from our 130 UN country teams and 43 UN agencies as to have they actually been walking the talk. And my to-do list this year is to really hold their feet under the fire and make sure that we deliver on the promises that we as the UN made to the world's young people.
Can't wait. Jerome, what's on your to-do list?
On my to-do list, 2022 is a major year, especially in the US, coming up with a midterm election. So on my to-do list, personally, with my organization, is to make sure that we get 1 million young people to register to vote in the 2022 election. And also, when it comes to, especially what Jonathan was just talking about recently, is the fact that we have all these councils, have all these meetings, from COP26 in Glasgow to the Global Leaders Forum in South Korea to now here in Dubai having the Expo 2020. It's about what do these conversations, what do these talks mean, tangibly, actionably. And that's my to-do list, is actually making sure these conversations transform into something real for people. Because they're watching us, they're listening to us, expecting solutions, but right now they're not seeing much. So that's my to-do list, is transforming these talks, these great words into actual just
And 1 million votes, that's tangible, that's great. Like at 1 million voters. Okay, good luck with that. How can we help? Nikhil, what's on your to-do list?
You know, I was trying to think of a new thing because both of them have said my thing. but I'll actually go with the same. You know, it's I literally run a company called Yuva, which stands for Youth in Hindi. So for me, it is about making sure as many young people in our country in my country are given the respect of being heard. We want to have one of India's biggest leadership summits for young people this year. That's my personal agenda. You know, I feel like as Jerome really nicely said that, you know, we get young people involved in panels and in conversations, but we don't actually give them a seat at the table, and that needs to change. I also feel like, you know, we need to have more empathy as a world. I mean, if the pandemic has shown us anything, it is that if we have empathy for our fellow beings, there's nothing that we can not overcome together, no matter how terrible or how scary. And one last thing that I'd say is that, you know, I mean, again, I've been so inspired by the talk earlier as well with, it's just so inspiring. And I feel like as a man, it's very important for me also to encourage other men around me to be allies, not just to talk about gender equality, but to raise our voice against gender inequality. It's not enough to just kind of give a thumbs up and a like, you know, and share a story about saying that, yes, I'm all for gender equality, but it's to make noise when you see gender inequality all around you. You know, so I feel like that's something that's really, really important.
On your to-do list, well done.
Also, Gail, let's also reinvent the love language. That cannot be Emily in Paris.
We're ending love language? Or, I mean, I'm so confused. Maybe when you come back later, you can address love language. But for now, thank you, guys. You're back later. This has been such a lovely start. And thanks for your insights and your wisdom. See you soon.
Gail. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So we've talked about gender. We've talked about youth. We haven't yet talked specifically about goal number 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. But I think it's pretty clear that unless that goal is achieved, we're not going to achieve any other progress against the global goals. So I'm very pleased to say that next up, we're going to hear a film from somebody who spent her entire distinguished career striving to build effective and accountable institutions who work for and represent us all. So please welcome the former administrator of the UN Development Programme and also the ex-Prime Minister of New Zealand, the Right Honourable Helen Clark.
I'm Helen Clark. I've been Prime Minister of New Zealand and also head of the United Nations Development Programme. These days I'm working on a range of global challenges, including through advocacy on how to end the COVID-19 pandemic and stop a future pandemic emerging, and on boosting women's leadership and access to equal opportunity. On my to-do list is promoting good governance as a prerequisite for sustainable development, in line with the objectives of Sustainable Development Goal 16. Goal 16 promotes peaceful and inclusive societies, access to justice for all, and effective, inclusive, and accountable institutions. And I've chosen to talk about it because achieving its targets is so fundamental to getting sustained development progress. Sadly, time and again we've seen how societies which enter a downward spiral of conflict experience huge setbacks to development. We've seen how unjust societies deny rights to all and thwart human potential. And we see how corruption thrives in unaccountable and opaque institutions and systems of government. I'm passionate about SDG 16 because I believe that well-governed, peaceful and inclusive societies are those which will make the most progress on sustainable development. So I will work for the targets of SDG 16 in three main ways. First, as chair of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. It sets the global standard for good governance in the extractive sector, a sector which can deliver major resources for development, or which can make a few people very rich. By supporting countries to implement the EITI's standard, we aim to ensure that extractive sectors contribute to the public good. Second, as an ambassador for the Open Government Partnership, which, like the EITI, promotes working relationships between governments and civil society in the interests of transparency and good governance. Open governments are accountable to citizens, and they ensure that citizens can contribute to decision-making which affects their lives. Such governments must also enable parliamentary, media, and civil society scrutiny of decisions and of the information which government holds. Thirdly, through my role as chair of the Global Leadership Foundation, which is a network of senior statesmen and women who provide confidential advice and support to leaders who are dealing with difficult, even intractable problems which are preventing their countries getting ahead. I believe that each of us, in our own ways and capacities, can support implementation of SDG 16 by supporting open societies in which every citizen has a stake and in which each can expect fair treatment and equal opportunity. And we should show our intolerance of corruption and injustice in any form. We can support those organisations which work for these goals at the national and local levels. So I encourage everyone who wants to see progress on the SDGs to make their own to-do list and become part of this global movement for a more inclusive and sustainable world, recognising that peace, the rule of law, and effective and accountable institutions provide the most solid foundations for that.
Our world leaders have two responsibilities. Their responsibilities towards their own country and people, and their responsibility as members of the United Nations to the world as a whole, their global responsibilities. Never has this been more true than in the fight against man-made climate change. We call on all leaders to recognize their responsibilities and redouble their efforts as those who find themselves in charge in this decade of global climate crisis. The more countries pollute, the greater their global responsibilities. These are the key elements of the world's climate to-do list to achieve the global goals. Limit global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius. To do this, cut carbon pollution to get to a net zero world by 2050. Invest in renewable energy. No more coal, no fossil fuel investment. Support and fund climate action in developing countries and stop the destruction of nature. The world is making progress, but nowhere near fast enough.
We see catastrophic events more and more multiplying everywhere. And again, not yet enough political will to fight it effectively. And so we have a choice. Either we make a breakthrough, either we change things and get together to change things, or we have a breakdown and the world will move in the wrong direction and all of us will face terrible problems.
And we can't wait. It is code red for humanity. The planet and its people are crying out for action. Businesses and finance the world over are making their own commitments, though they must do much more. We're fighting humanity's biggest crisis. Now is the time for countries and governments and leaders to act on their commitments for the sake of themselves and for the sake of the whole world. It is their responsibility for this generation and for all the generations to come. All the nations of the world must be united, or all the nations of the world will suffer. We must protect people and planet, now and forever.
Hello. My name is Adam, and I am absolutely thrilled to be here today. But I am going to take a moment and share a bit about myself because you are going to be hearing from me quite a bit over the next hour, so I want you to know a little bit about who I am. So I'm in a music group called AJR, and if you're not familiar with our music, don't worry about it. Feel free to listen to our music after the session is over today. And you might think it's weird that a musician is hosting this next session on climate, but here are a few reasons why, at least I think it makes sense. I just finished my PhD in the relationship between sustainable development and international human rights law. I am thank you. I am a UN Development Program advocate for sustainable development. I am the executive director of Sustainable Partners, Inc., a nonprofit organization based in the US. I host a podcast called Planet Reimagined, and I am a New Yorker. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I'm a New Yorker. So, if you were being kind, you might call me a polymath, and if you were being unkind, you might think that I don't know how to focus on any one thing. And maybe it's a little bit true, but I care about so many different things at the same time, and for my own mental well-being, I like doing many things at the same time. And so we're going to hear a little bit about all of the things that I'm passionate about over the next hour. So all of the things that I just mentioned that I do, there's a ton of interconnectivity. And it's exactly the same for the global goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, what we've been talking about for the last hour and what we're going to be talking about for the rest of the day. For now, for this next hour, we're going to be focusing on one of the goals. And it not only impacts every single other goal, which increasingly collides with our daily lives, it is vitally important to the survival of our species and all species on this planet. And that is Goal 13, which is climate action. And we are going to focus on that, like I said, for the next hour. Right now, as we just heard, we are in a dire emergency. But it's not a situation that is devoid of hope. Far from it. And we're about to meet some incredible people and change makers over the next hour that are focused on turning the climate crisis into real, tangible action. And as we just saw, we really do know what needs to happen. It's not a mystery. We have to, 1, limit global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and to do this, we have to cut carbon pollution and pollution from other greenhouse gases to get to a net zero world by 2050. Number 2, we need to invest in renewable energy, no more coal, and no new fossil fuel investments. Number 3, support and fund climate action in developing countries. And number 4, of course, stop the destruction of nature. Now, in the words of indigenous activist Hindu Ibrahim from COP26, we have the map, we know where we're going, and we know how to drive, so give us the keys. And of course, she was talking about an electric vehicle. So let's get started and hear from a brilliantly innovative initiative, which is harnessing the power of ideas, solutions, and actions, helping to progress Goal 13 as well as many others. Interconnectivity. You have to love it. So, Solar Mamas are part of Expo's global best practice program and also featured in the Opportunity Pavilion as part of the interactive exhibition journey Mission Possible, which sums them up perfectly. Please welcome Sue Stevenson from Barefoot College International to tell us what Solar Mamas are all about.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Delighted to be here with everybody. And thank you for that lovely introduction. So I'm here to tell you a little bit about the Solar Mamas, and I hope you'll go to the Opportunity Pavilion and meet Mama Fatma, who I will mention to you shortly. So Barefoot College International, what do? We alleviate rural poverty by access through our programs to self-sufficient energy, education, and economic opportunities that remote communities don't have traditional access to. Our mission is to provide the tools, the resources, and the knowledge that will allow these communities to provide their own sustainable development. Now, we do this by recognizing that rural poverty has many interconnected challenges. And just like with the SDGs highlight for us what we need to do to improve this world. And if we don't do it together, it will never happen. So what we do at Barefoot College International is to take a step back looking at rural poverty and what do we think is the biggest hurdle to growth. We think access to energy. So what we do, we partner with poor rural communities all around the world. We're in 93 countries. And we take from there people, women, who I think we probably agree in these communities are a least used resource. And we train them to be solar engineers, educators, and entrepreneurs. We take them to the Barefoot College, to our regional training centers, or to our pop-up training centers, and we work with them not only on their technical skills to be solar engineers, but also on their soft skills to build their aspirations and their confidence. So they return to their communities able to build, install, and maintain not only solar home lighting systems, but small solar goods like solar lanterns. These women are totally incredible. The soft skills that we work on with them are things like financial inclusion, because they don't own anything. So how do they get access to a bank account or to microfinance? Digital inclusion, which I hope you would agree with me, is probably one of the biggest divides between the first and the third world. Women's health, especially reproductive health, micro-enterprise skills, human rights, why your husband should not be beating you, civil society, environmental sustainability, and most importantly, livelihood development. So if you think about the benefits that accrue, not only do these communities get light from when the sun goes down to when the sun comes up again, they have power so they can access water, which leads to better health. They also have, I'm sure you've seen in many of these communities, the black smoke and the women and children breathing it in. So they get better health because they're not breathing in that black smoke all the time. They get better education because the children can work at night to do their homework, and it extends the day for the adults. They get empowerment of women and girls, which in the parts of the world we work is really, really important because many of these girls are married off at 12 years old. Environmental sustainability, I've already mentioned, and livelihood development. We work with them on what can you do in the local areas that you come from. So just to share a few little stories with you. So one of the first communities where we trained women from outside of India was actually in Mali in West Africa. The women were trained, the women went back, and the head man was holding a meeting. Now, all the men were supposed to attend the meeting, and they did, as did one of the solar engineers. And the head man said to her, "What are you doing here? You're a woman." And she said, "But I'm not here as a woman. I'm here as an engineer." And he said, "Okay, you can stay." So these are the sorts of things that we're trying to do to change hearts and minds. I'll give you a couple more examples. In Indonesia, we have the solar mamas there who are building and selling and maintaining waterproof versions of the solar lanterns so that the night fishermen can use them. In Guatemala, in the Ixtal indigenous region, we have women who have developed fair trade coffee and are doing very well there. And in Zanzibar, which brings us back to Mama Fatma, not only do we have the master engineers like Mama Fatma, who you'll see in the Opportunity Pavilion, employed by the government as a sign of how important the work that they're doing with last mile communities is, but they also have a thriving beekeeping and honey industry going there. They have also repositioned their textile industry to provide PPE equipment for the Zanzibarian government, which, as you can imagine, in the time of COVID, went down very well. They got an order for 200,000 masks from the government itself, which was amazingly fantastic. So that, I've just touched on a very quick bit of what it is we do. My main to-do list, I guess I will add it in because that's what you're asking everybody. For me, the most important goal is number 17, partnership. Because if we don't work together, then we're not going to be able to address the goals. Thank you very much.
Wow. Talk about an empowering initiative on so many different levels. Thank you so much to Sue Stevenson. And of course, for those of you who are here at Expo or planning to come, make sure to check them out, as she said, at the Opportunity Pavilion. So up next, we have an incredible speaker who you already heard from briefly. At 19 years old, he's not only the youngest White House advisor in US history and an editor-in-chief, he's also helped to create a mass youth movement that's focused around advocacy, and it has become one of the guiding lights of the Fridays for Future phenomenon. So, with a done list like that, I'm really excited to hear all about his to-do list. Please welcome Jerome Foster II.
Hello, how are you guys today? Good, great to hear. As Dr. Met just talked about, I'm a White House advisor. I'm a climate justice activist. I climate struck in front of the White House for over 87 weeks. And now being in public office and making sure that youth representatives are actually taken into account at the policy level, I'm here to talk about our to-do list. And especially now, in this context, it's one day after Martin Luther King's birthday. It is right now a few weeks after the first anniversary of the January 6th insurrection. And I like to talk about the fact that in this present moment in the world, we must continue to honor both our legacy and usher in the future. And that means that our to-do list must be looking both backwards and forwards. When we talk about the climate crisis, we have to break it down into 3 parts. We have to talk about the past, the present, and the future. The past is what has happened over the past century of continual erosion of our institutions from the residue of colonialization and racism, and that holds back so much progress because of that legacy. The present, where we're trying to combat that past and give visions of the future, and actually ushering in that next decade of action where in 2050, 2051, we'll look back and say, did we do enough? Did we achieve the goals that we set out here? Did we actually meet them, or do we fall critically short? Right now, as a movement, what we've seen is that 7.5 million young people around the world organized a mass movement from the streets, literally from posting on social media saying, I want my voice to be heard, and millions of other young people saying, I need my voice to be heard too. And it was then in 2017 that we finally felt like we had some agency. It was young people saying, we're tired of being just a statistic on someone's speech. We're tired of just being something that we're mentioned to in a slideshow, but we want to be actually heard. Because young people, we have a different perspective about the world. When we think about our to-do list is about what do we actually want to see. Our to-do list is what do we want our future to look like. And that comes down to ending all fossil fuel subsidies. That comes to making sure that even in Dubai here, we have the inclusion of women and LGBTQ people. It is coming to how we talk about the future of young people saying, climate justice is not just about slapping a solar panel on the climate crisis. It's about looking to the people that are dying right now. Climate change is often talked about as an infrastructure issue, but it's about an empathy issue. We need radical empathy. That's the to-do list that we need. My to-do list says, we need to build on the legacy of the civil rights movement. We need to build on the legacy of so many movements that our elders ushered in. And as young people, as youth, to envision that future for us. Right now, my to-do list says we need radical empathy to end the disease of racism that has seeped into every socioeconomic system that we see today. Even at the United Nations, we see that there's often talk about frontline communities, marginalized communities, women, black people, brown people, but we never talk about what actually needs to be done.
What needs to happen is reparations for centuries of slavery. We need reparations for climate infrastructure to be built. We need reparations for the construction of public health infrastructure. Because right now, even in COVID-19, we talk about pre-existing conditions. One pre-existing condition is homophobia. One pre-existing condition is racism. One pre-existing system is sexism. And we never talk about that. We only talk about the obvious pre-existing conditions of asthma or lung cancer. But the most potent ones are often the ones we can't see or feel or hear, but it's present every time that we wake up. Every time I wake up, I'm a gay black man. Every time that a person in Bangladesh wakes up, they're living in that country. It's not just a PowerPoint for them. And we have to understand that their to-do list is so much more real. It is so important that in these next 8 years, we understand that we must live up to our ideals. These are not just goals. This is about survival. This is about what do we want our planet to be. Do we want it in the next 100 years to be only for the rich and famous, only for the people that have access, only people that have privilege? No. Right now, the earth is having a reckoning. It is saying no more do we want injustice to pursue and be allowed to happen everywhere and anywhere, because that was the status quo. It was the movement of Fridays for Future that said enough is enough. It's not just about ending climate justice, ending the climate crisis. It's about making sure that intersectionality is in our solutions. Intersectionality is a great word that we use all the time. We talk about the fact that we need to make sure that we have women and people of color at the table. But at these tables, in these discussions, what I've seen as a White House advisor is that they put that title for me. They give me that amazing resume boost. But really, they have me in the room and they don't listen. Because now what my recommendations were in March of 2020 haven't been implemented until March of 2021. The ones that were made in March of 2021 will not be implemented until March of 2022. That's an entire year of inaction. Every single day, President Biden makes decisions without consulting a young person, without consulting over 20% of the population. 1 in 5 young people, 1 in 5 votes in the United States was by a young person. That is a constituency. The world is young. The world is youth. But oftentimes, we don't even talk to youth. We give them a platform. We give them a little bit of space. But what we're demanding right now with this platform that I have here is to tell you that we need to end subsidies, that we need to hold fossil fuel industry accountable. We need to stop having them sponsor our events and tell us what needs to be done. We need to have them stop being in our conversations and giving us money and saying, oh, we're going to pay you off so you don't do the real work. That's what young people want. We want real change. We're tired of real great slogans and hashtags. Hashtags mean nothing. We need policy. We need legislation. We need action. Because we've been demanding it for years. I've grown up watching adults, watching you guys give great words. And I was fooled by that. I had a false sense of security saying adults will have it handled. They'll have it all settled for us. But as I grew up, that naivety faded. That hope faded because there was no action to lead it. Hope is a muscle that we have to flex. It is an actual legislative body that we have to look to. Hope is something that is meaningless without action. Hope isn't something you can grapple onto and hold for dear life. It's something you're going to build. And young people are here to build it with you, but we need to be respected. We need to be having tools of implementation, not just platforms to say words like this. Because words like this mean nothing. They fall dead on the communities that are dying right now. Every single day, someone is dying because we refuse to take action. It's not that we don't have the willpower. We are making the active choice to continue to kill our planet. And we find that every single young person on this planet understands the severity of this issue. And we're looking to you to make the decisions and to make sure that change is delivered because it's demanded and it's needed. Thank you.
I can't wait to see every single thing that you just spoke about implemented with real concrete action. Thank you so much for all of your work. That was incredible. And I am also very excited that you have a lifetime of leadership ahead of you. So thank you very, very much. All right. Now that we're on a roll, let's keep this going. I am delighted to introduce an incredible panel who cover a unique range of climate expertise and insight. They span sectors, they span countries, governments, generations, and together they demonstrate the need for real, diverse, and unprecedented collaboration in order to create this real progress. These 4 leaders are absolutely dedicated to turning conversation into urgent and tangible action so that we can achieve Goal 13 by 2030. Please welcome Her Excellency Mariam bin Mohammed Al Maheri, United Arab Emirates Minister of Climate Change and Environment. Nasreen Al Sayam, Chair of UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. Lara Rudar, United Arab Emirates Ambassador for Nature. And Sanda Ojiambo, CEO and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact. I feel absolutely unworthy to be hosting this panel right now. So, thank you all for joining us today. There is an extraordinary amount of knowledge on this stage, and I'm really excited to dive into a whole bunch of questions. Okay, let's go. So, we're going to start with Nasreen. Your role as chair of the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, how is that critical to tackling the climate crisis?
First of all, thank you very much for the very warm welcome. I know now if I ever decided to run for an election, I will win. But also, this comes with a huge responsibility. When people find someone that they trust and they think that this someone can make a change, it's even like a bigger burden on the person to actually make things happen. And I guess this is why exactly we have the Youth Advisory Group, because we were nominated by different organizations around the world to actually be the advisors, and actually we were being selected, I think, from over 60 nominations. And I think also having this consensus, I can never say it, but it means that all of the people are agreeing on something. Consensus, yes. On 7 young leaders from around the world also means a lot. The main idea of our Youth Advisory Group is to be the young eye of the Secretary General also on what's happening, but also be the critical side, because when you are from outside, you can be more critical and you see the bigger picture than being from inside. Also, we don't have contracts, so we can say whatever. But of course, because the Secretary General understands that our generation is most worried about climate change, and we really take it seriously, because of course it's our future, and I think also we are prioritizing having a future than having a rich future. And of course also it's a huge responsibility, because then all of the young movement around the world depend also on us to take things to the Secretary General and be their voices when they don't have a voice. So it's really a long title with a huge responsibility and very small resources to do it, but we are doing our best.
Amazing. So in terms of this idea of being an eye and being critical at the same time, I want to pose a question to Ms. Ojiambo. You are the CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact. How do you utilize your leadership position at the UN Global Compact to address climate issues?
Well, thank you. Thanks for that question. And it's really great to be here with all these amazing women leaders on this panel. So first of all, let me just say that for me, leadership is not a title. It's really got to be something that is action-driven and something that allows other people to similarly take action. I think one of the great things about the UN Global Compact is it brings together close to 15,000 businesses aligned around the Sustainable Development Goals and really questions business as to what they're doing around the climate crisis. So for me, it's about creating a pathway and an opportunity for business to make that change. Now, having said that, we have looked at our business leadership and asked them these questions. And I think what's really important for me, first of all, is to address some of the issues that have come up already. To what extent is that leadership action-driven? To what extent does that leadership take an inclusive view around what we do? Jerome talked extensively about the fact that, the younger generation, first of all, is very clear about what needs to be done, is looking for action right now, and is looking for accountability. So our business is doing the same thing. And I think that if we had more people like Jerome, not just around the table, as we say, as often happens, but also pushing for that really fast concerted action, we would have moved much faster and much further on the climate crisis. But really the third thing around business leadership that I reflect on right now, particularly in this decade of action, is the fact that we really don't have much time. And if there's one thing that leaders and leadership should do right now, is galvanize around the urgency. One of the key things that we're working on in the Global Compact is really seeing how we can set targets that are measurable, that are credible, that will take us to where we need to be by 2030. I just want to share one statistic, because I think one of the follies of leadership is being able to make huge commitments, but not demonstrate the pathway and the actions that you're going to take. So we did a survey amongst over 1,000 business leaders who are members of the Global Compact, and this is where our work and our partnership really comes in. About 70% of leaders will say that they're working towards a net zero pathway, which I think is really great. We have lots of commitments and lots of ambition. On the other hand, only about 2% of them have really set what we'd call a science-based target, key trajectories to get you there by 2030 and 2050. And for me, leadership cannot come without accountability, and certainly cannot come without action. So we want to use this momentum of the UN Global Compact to make sure that leadership is credible, it's action-oriented, and it'll take us to where we want to go.
Thank you. So, Lara, we've just heard about the importance of partnerships, particularly in the business space. What have you learned from your role as the UAE Ambassador for Nature on the need for people with different skill sets, with different areas of expertise across different ages to work together to create this kind of impact that we need?
Yeah, so being an ambassador for nature has been an incredible experience, and as Nasreen was saying, a huge responsibility, because I can never represent youth as a whole, but I can try and express their ideas and their inputs with everything. And working on different projects, environmental projects, both on the ground and also trying to shape different climate policies, I realized that every single person counts. So whether it's your skills, your past experiences, your knowledge, your vision, everybody brings something to the table. And in order to tackle climate change, we need complete collaboration from everyone. And as Jerome was saying, youth are honestly so powerful in climate action. And we always talk about, a green transition into renewable energies and everything. In order to achieve that, we need a strong green energy workforce, and we need people who will tackle these different areas, these different problems from different angles. So we desperately need to increase climate education. We need to increase mobilization and so many different things to ensure that youth have the knowledge and skills to become change makers and leaders in those different environmental fields. And another thing I learned is that youth are stubborn optimists, something that is extremely important in this field. But thinking on a more global level, I'd actually like to quote my friend Clover Hogan, who I actually met at a previous event at Expo. And at COP26, she said that it is a farce to think that we will solve this issue with the same thinking and the same people that created it. And I think that's the answer to your question. That's why we need people from different sectors, from different ages, from different communities, especially those who have been historically marginalized and those who are most affected by climate change, because we need people who will challenge present institutionalized conventions and people who have the courage to actually lead in a sustainable path to equality and to safety. So yeah, I mean, we have all the frameworks, we have the solutions, we know we can scale it up, we just need to engage everyone to put this era of fossil fuel dependent economies and this era of climate inaction, and inaction with all the SDGs behind. Because one thing I've learned as well is that individual actions can't solve climate change, but collective action can. Yeah.
Thank you. Everything I'm hearing you're saying all points to this idea of innovation. And I'm not just talking about one type of innovation. And Your Excellency, Dubai, in many ways, is at the forefront of innovation. So as the UAE Minister of Climate Change and the Environment, can you tell us how this translated, this idea of innovation, when tackling the climate crisis?
First of all, let me say how honored I am to be here to listen to such powerful youth voices. And I just, in the last 24 hours, how many inspirational men and women I have met. And I couldn't go to sleep last night, by the way, just thinking the whole time, because I've been listening. And as many of you have said, we need to listen, and we need to make our decisions dependent on what you feel and what you say, because it's about your future. When we talk about innovation, Adam, what's really important, I want to give you a little bit of context of, I mean, again, the UAE is very blessed with the leadership that we have. 15 years ago, our leadership saw the writing on the wall, and they said, okay, yes, we are a country that has oil and gas, but we want to diversify our economy. We want to make sure that, and we can see it coming. We can see it coming that we need to go away from this industry. So what we did is we ramped up our R&D and research in our energy transition. Now, today, after 15 years, so we ratified the Paris Agreement. We were the first in the region to do so. We built up Masdar. Masdar is our city or our catalyst of where renewable energy sprung from here in the region. We invested in the UAE over $40 billion. We invested outside the UAE in over 70 countries, about $17 billion, really to drive down the cost of solar energy, because the whole idea is, as we go through this transition, we need to think of the cost. And today, we can proudly say that the UAE is operating 3 of the largest in capacity, the lowest in cost solar power plants in the world. We also are not just thinking of the energy transition, we're also thinking of the food systems transition, because we all know it's energy, food, water nexus. And this is why we announced Food Tech Valley. This is another kind of Masdar city for the food systems to try and catalyze innovations and R&D in the field of food systems. As we all know, food systems contribute to 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, and we need to catalyze this. And you know, I tell young people who I speak to, again, this is something very unique for the UAE. We have a minister for youth affairs, and she set up all the youth councils around the UAE, so the youth have a very strong voice in all our policies and regulations. They are there. I heard Jerome saying that he's upset, and he has a right to be upset, that things that they say things and it's not taken into account, and only after a year. This is something we're very lucky here in the UAE, that Her Excellency Shemma has a strong voice, the youth have a strong voice in all rules and regulations, in all boards and councils set up by the government and private sector. It's mandated that there's a youth representative. So we're very lucky on the model that we have. So FTV, or Food Tech Valley, is that innovation hub. And I tell the youth, for example, okay, I'm not looking for the next farmer when it comes to food systems, as an example. I'm looking for someone who loves food and technology, and so many of us are. Okay, we're looking for the next agri-technologist. So we're trying to sort of make it sexy, make it cool, because the whole idea of farming and growing food is dying, and we need to make it more exciting. We need to incorporate technology and innovation into it. So we're really trying to, again, this is something I did with the youth as well. This word agri-technologist came out of the conversations I had with them. I myself, in the last few years I was the Minister of State for Food and Water Security, and now Minister for Climate and Environment, which is so nice because the two of them really fit together nicely. The ideas that I've received from the youth have just been phenomenal, and I'm so happy, even just being here and sitting and listening to you. I actually don't want to talk a lot myself. I know we tend to do a lot of talking. I want to listen to what you guys have in mind and what you want. And as we go towards COP as well, I really want to make this a journey of being very youth-centered. So I really thank all of you, because a lot of you as youth advocates and also the youth themselves, it's not easy sometimes to be the one who's voicing what the others feel. And so I can just applaud you for your strength, for your courage to be that representative. And we're all ear here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So to move from the kinds of innovations that you're talking about here in Dubai to innovations in storytelling, Lara, I want to ask you, you are an incredibly talented multimedia artist and filmmaker, and if you haven't seen her work, you absolutely must, again, once the session is over. Why do you think it's important to use creativity and the arts to help educate people around the climate crisis?
You're too kind. Honestly, arts really have this capacity to increase inspiration, to educate, and to really catalyze climate action, because really it's all about changing the way that we talk about climate change and the way that we learn about climate change. Often I find that people don't prioritize climate action if it doesn't directly affect them. And that is where storytelling is really important. So a project that I'm working on right now is illustrating a book called The Memoir Project. And it essentially consists of different personal anecdotes of different climate activists from all around the world. And people have empathy towards each other, right? It's human nature. So once you bring forward all these personal stories and you talk about how people have been affected by the climate crisis and what they're doing themselves, you know, youth aren't waiting to be told what to do, they are doing it. Once you hear all of that, you care about it. And so you're more likely to do something about it yourself. It's really inspiring. And on top of that, I think that it makes it more accessible, the information itself more accessible. People find it easier to actually learn about different issues when it's presented as a piece of photography, a piece of literature, or a documentary film, rather than if it's simply shown as a statistic. Especially for kids, you know, it's really important to educate them, and art can be a really vital way to do that. And lastly, I think art is really able to bring solidarity to the climate movement. You can really express solidarity, and youth have been using it, especially on social media, as a tool to create different climate campaigns, and also to spread positivity and hope within this space, and that is really important, yeah.
This theme of empathy is weaving its way through today, and I just find it so important. I mean, as a musician myself, that's something that I really, you know, connect with the work that you're doing, so thank you for that. Ms. Ojiambo, so you already touched on this briefly, but I'd love to dive a little bit deeper. How do you feel that young leaders will affect your work at the UN Global Compact, and what can you learn from young leaders both today and in other situations?
Yeah, there's a couple of key things. I mean, I think first of all, you know, we need to be bold and we need to be ambitious. I think that's come out in every single discussion that I've had with a young person. They challenge ambition and they challenge clarity. You know, be bold, be ambitious, be clear. I'm admired at the way that young people are able to transcend barriers, be it barriers across geographies. Look at Fridays for Future, mobilizing across the world, while at the UN we're really calling for, you know, what we'll call a networked multilateralism. But really, look at Fridays for Future and what it's been able to achieve, you know? What lessons can we learn from there? The other thing about young people for me is the desire for immediate action. And, you know, the simplicity that comes with that. So, you know, there's three things for me: the boldness, the ambition, the ability to mobilize across geographies, and the clarity of action, and the hope. I mean, I think, you know, every time that I feel overwhelmed, every time that I feel that, you know, maybe I need a breakthrough on something, I find a conversation with someone from a different generation is very enlightening, and really just helps perhaps sometimes cut through some of the complexities that we do have. But I do think, on the other hand, it's really important to not approach this with tokenism and really pay strong and firm attention as to how we include young people, their ideas, their aspirations, their ambitions in all of the work that we do. And I think that is really critical for long-term change.
Absolutely, absolutely. Nisreen, so you've seen firsthand how Goal 13 profoundly affects every aspect of life. Where and how do you see this interconnectedness of Goal 13 with the other goals affecting people?
I hope you have enough time. First of all, I'm so happy that I didn't speak after Lara because I have zero knowledge of multimedia. I was telling her earlier that everyone was speaking about Netflix that I discovered only last year. And also, I am coming from a community where we mix between Netflix and Skynet. I don't think you know Skynet. It's a very, very old browser, even before Google. Anyway, yes. And also, I'm not a very much TikToker. My husband is, but I'm not. So I share very much the same age state with the DSG, which is also a fact. And yes, we might be young in age, but as I was saying earlier, sometimes the burdens that we have as a young generation, like top over the work we have to do. I have my first white hair. Maybe you can see it here. I hope I don't have other ones. I didn't discover them yet, but I hope we stay with one. Anyway, regarding your question, I'm a Sudanese, and this comes with a price tag. And I mean by price that I work 24/7, and also the last time I had a vacation was 3 years ago, and it was 1 month with my family. So, and that's why I see how much Goal 13 is mixed with everything. So when you are an activist in Sudan, then it means that you have to work in peace and security because we are in a country that have multiple conflicts, and most of them are unfortunately conflicts over natural resources, which means that climate change and environment are root causes for them. Also, I come from a country where more than 5 million kids are out of school, and even the ones who have schools are in a very bad condition. So you also, in order to enlighten the kids about climate change, you also have to work on education. I'm not talking about education quality, I'm talking about access to education in the first place. Also, we have only 30% access to electricity in Sudan. So only 30% of the population have, and we are 40 million, and this means that only 9 million have access to electricity and 31 doesn't. So I also now have to work on not quality, affordable access to electricity, but having access to electricity in the first place. Because if you don't have electricity, then you can't talk about health, you can't talk about education, and you can't talk about a lot of things. And of course, if you don't have peace, then you can't talk about the rest. Also, unfortunately, we have one of the highest rates of malnutrition. And this malnutrition are very much often lack of water access. So of course, goal number 1 and 6 are very much linked together because all of the agriculture activities is very much linked, of course, to having access to water. And of course, access to water, no access to water mean very bad health condition. And of course, malnutrition mean very bad health condition, and the rest falls. And the very, very much update that we don't have a government in the first place right now in these days. So institutionalized is not there, partnerships are not there. So I can see, I tell you, I can promise you that all of the SDGs are linked together, and unfortunately, we are not doing any good at any one of them. So, sorry for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And that brings me to a question about the future and what we can be doing better around the SDGs. So, Your Excellency, the UAE is going to be hosting COP28 in 2023. What plans do you have in place already, and what are the ambitions that you have for COP28?
You know what I love is how honest you are, Nisreen, and just you make it so personal that you make us laugh and you make us also feel human being at the end of the day. And everything you say, I can only say that I'm always saying I'm so lucky being a government servant in the UAE, because we are really blessed with the leadership that we have, with the visions they have, the support we have of them. And the only thing we can just keep doing is just helping others as well. And this is what we'll continue doing. So going towards COP28, we want to make COP28 an inclusive, a consultative, and an accessible COP. That's really important. And as I said before, we want to make it youth-centric. UAE's population, 50% is under 33 years old. So we're a very young population. And we want to make sure that the delegations coming from around the world have youth delegates with them, and that they're side by side with their senior fellows on the negotiation table, because at the end of the day, we're talking about their future. I often say, we're in a racing car, Formula One car. My son is a big fan of Formula One. And we're going around the steep curve. And you know, there's an optimal line that he keeps following. And we hope COP28 is going to show, because it'll be our first global stock take. So we'll be able to see and measure where the world is. And I think everyone has said this, this is a critical decade. Knowing where we are will help us also focus on the areas that need more focus. We want to make it action-oriented. We want it to be about scaling up solutions. Because, as I said before, for example, our solar journey in the UAE, how we've scaled up those innovations. We're looking at how to capture carbon. The UAE, for example, we don't have your typical forests, but we have mangrove forests. So that's basically our forests. At COP26, part of our NDCs, we pledged we're going to be planting 30 million mangrove trees. And the leadership called me before I went to COP26 and said, Mariam, we're going to do more. We need to do more. Bring it up to 100 million. So we're going to be, until 2030, planting 100 million more mangrove trees as a nature-based solution. Again, this is a country effort, private sector. The youth are going to play a huge role, schools. So we're putting now an implementation plan. We're getting all the little mangrove saplings ready, because the main challenge I'm seeing is where are we going to put this? So, but the target is there, and we have to do it, so everyone has to work on this. So these nature-based solutions are really important. Carbon capture, utilization, and network, I think it is. Yeah. We've got the first commercial plant in the region that captures 800,000 tons per annum, and we want to expand this as well. We've got very clear targets about our renewables, our clean energy targets. By 2050, we want to have at least 50% of our energy mix being renewables. Jerome also mentioned about companies who are in the oil and gas. Our national company, ADNOC, since the 1st of January, again, this is about being responsible and reducing the carbon footprint. They are now running purely on clean energy as their power need. So this is really reducing the carbon footprint of the oil and gas. And we have to see it this way. We're ramping up our clean and renewable energy, at the same time reducing the footprint of our hydrocarbon sector, because at the end of the day, this is a journey, this is a transition. We can't just switch off the tap, but it's ramping up, and as it ramps up and becomes more affordable, more accessible for all, then we start moving in that direction to veer away from carbon, from hydrocarbons. So we have a plan, and we have, let's say, set targets for 2030, 2050. But again, we also understand that every country is at different levels. We need to push each other, we need to help each other, and we need to also make sure that people understand that this transition, it's not just about producing renewable energy. You need to think of, okay, now we need to bring that energy to the people. So you need to think of the network. Then we need to think of human capital, was something that was mentioned. Do we have the human capital? If we look at food systems, for example, here in the UAE, and I'm thinking of closed system farming, I will say the human capital still, we need them. We need to upskill them. Then we think of our education system. Oh, our education system. This is another whole conversation on its own. How can we equip? So there's so many challenges, and everyone is at different levels. But as long as we have the SDGs in our hearts and in the core of what we're doing, this racing car hopefully will stay on this optimal line. So.
Thank you. To wrap up, I would love to go, and I'm sure this will not come as a surprise to anybody. Let's start on this side, just 1 or 2 words about what is on your to-do list. I'm putting you on the spot.
Let me talk about my to-do list for businesses, because as I said, we have our 15,000 constituency, which I think is really well positioned to influence some of the goals of there. My to-do list for business is 2 things: to be strategic and to be credible.
Thank you.
I think education is really important in everything. You know, you need to be informed about the different issues and the solutions. So, as well as starting university next year and educating myself, and perhaps going into this career path and learning more about the solutions to climate change, I think my to-do list would also be to mobilize others and educate the people around me as well.
I think my to-do list is to just continue what I'm doing. And maybe take care more of my mental health. But no, it's very important also to talk about mental health, not only for the personal capacity, but all of the young people around me, because I know how much they care and how much stress they get. And I often hear they say climate anxiety. But for me, it's climate reality. If everything is going wrong, no one is doing what they are supposed to do, and we are living a first-hand of climate crises, then it's very much rational to be obvious and be real about what's happening, and instead of saying, we have hope, everything will be okay, without actually having actions-oriented hope. So yes, they call it climate anxiety, I call it climate reality, but of course I will advocate for the mental health of all of the young advocates, because sometimes we are so much spotlighted until we sometimes just collapse. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'll talk about to-do list in my profession. I have a new ministry. I'm a new minister on the climate agenda. I have about 500 employees, or let's say teammates, in my team. I want to inspire them all, and I hope to inspire them with the energy that I have to get this ship, I call it a ship, moving in the right direction, because I know that each and every one of my team members is an asset to move the agenda that we have in front of us. That's on my professional to-do list. Also on my professional to-do list is I want to be able to equip the educators with information on the climate agenda and on food systems, because I understand that changing curriculum it's impossible to do in the time we have. So at least give them tools, give them some information that they can then take to the kids, the children, the young people, to kind of take on and see if they're inspired by this. On a personal note, I always say we can do more. These little steps that we do as people, what I choose to buy, if I put any edible food in the bin, I always try and say to myself and everyone at home, let's make it a thing that we don't put edible food in the bin. And so far, I think we've really reduced a huge load, which is great. And I'm always saying this to people. It comes down to you as well as an individual. So those are some of the personal to-do lists as well.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you all so much for your energy, your passion, and most importantly, your action around the climate crisis. It is inspiring for me. I know it's inspiring for the people in the room and the people who are watching at home. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's show some appreciation for our panel. Thank you all. It has been an absolute honor to be here with you today at Expo. And to round off this session, we have somebody very talented and to share something very powerful and very beautiful. So Emi Mahmoud is a UNHCR Goodwill Ambassador, a world champion poet, an author, and wrote this piece especially for COP26 after speaking with refugees in Bangladesh, Jordan, and Nigeria, in order to understand how climate change is affecting their lives. She incorporated some of their stories into a poem and is here today to perform it for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Emi Mahmoud.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to be here, and thank you so much for the introduction. Wonderful, wonderful session. It was really great to hear everyone. I guess what I'll say about the poem is that when I was at COP26, and generally when I'm in a lot of these spaces, a lot of people speak in abstractions, and my job is generally to try and bring it back and ground it back into lived experience. I studied anthropology and molecular cellular developmental biology and got a certificate in global health in college at Yale, but I used poetry to try and reach people where they least expect to be reached, because that's the only way to humanize these issues. And I guess what I'll say to you is to put things in perspective. When we talk about climate, we're talking about a disastrous future or extinction. For a lot of us, it's actually a reality. My father was born in a village that doesn't exist anymore. And I'm from Darfur, and one of the contributors of the genocide was desertification, which we all know is climate change. We've been calling it by different names, and it's the same thing. I feel for you, Nasreen, we're from the same country, so anyway, without further ado, here's the poem, and I really hope that you, wherever you go, whatever rooms you enter, you try to be the advocate for people who cannot enter the same room as you. We all know somebody who probably couldn't be convinced to come to a session like this. Next time, bring them too, and that's where the change will start. All right, are you ready? This poem is called Di Baladna, which means this is our home, and I want everyone to feel like it's their home as well, because that's where we're at. Thank you. Okay, here goes. Definitely really scary. Okay. Yes, thank you. All right, here goes. If you are reading this, I forgive you. You have grown far from the heart of me, my child, have lost the familiar love we held for one another in your first years of life. When you were young, you marveled at the plants and critters that ran across my bosom. You worshipped the water. You drank from my rain. You swam up and down my rivers. You didn't hesitate to sink your fingers into the mud of me and tickle loose little droplets, pebbles, seedlings, and worms. How you built a refuge for every wayward wanderer, lining the kitchen shelves and jars of butterflies and lightning bugs. You drank the breeze from my trees, the honey, sap, gum with joy and ease. You came to me to rest your head and my tender hearth, your weary body in my pockets. You loved me. You tended me before you knew what it was to tend, nurtured me before you knew what it was to nurture, child of mine. Tiller, sower, farmer, green-thumbed little one, you knew me. Lately, you hurt me. You break and cut and tear into me, and I forgive you. For I'm a part of you like your brothers and sisters before you, so I forgive you. I forgive you again for the reaping you do with no intention to sow, again for the waste and greed and gluttony. When you were young, you asked me why they do this. Once brothers and sisters, now staining the earth with the blood of your people, shaking apart the branches of your family tree. You turned to me, asking me to make sense of it all, resting your head beneath date palms and magnolias. All I could offer you then was a promise that wherever you would go, you would find me. But lately, there isn't much left for me to promise. They've dug pits into my sides, have stolen the rubies, gold, and diamonds Maya placed in my thighs. I do all I can to heal, but lately, my weary body won't clear away the hurt so easily. My waters rush but do not soothe. The air in my lungs suffocates the little ones. I cough and spew and gush and bruise, and it will not heal when a child of mine dies by my hands. Here, in the long-forgotten valley of your youth, visitors come not of their own accord, but by necessity. And I am made whole again. Abdul Ghani and Izdahara sink their fingers into the mud of me. Saplings cling, and I am whole again. Hatim builds monuments to my skies, captures the sun, channels the lightning, and I am whole again. Leatu surrounds her home in fruit born of me. The children grow and eat and are healthy, and I'm whole. Asman protests, it isn't mine alone to mend, he says. I need you to build and build again, to bring forth life from relentless earth, to make an oasis of charred terrain, and building refuge from nothing but scar tissue and lightning strikes. Let me be more to you than just a final resting place. Let me do more for you than call you home, child of mine. If you are reading this, I need you, your mother. If this land could speak, would she thank us, praise us? Would she ridicule us or beg us? Would her voice be gentle, disdainful? Would it shake with sorrow, with rage? I used to wonder about these things all the time. At 11 years old, I watched my neighbor's house crumble before my eyes. The floodwaters came and washed away the earth and clay most people used to build their homes. To see her wade through her home like that, to watch her try and salvage all that she had left. Our country was already locked in turmoil, and now the earth began to purge us too. If you could stop the next tornado from hitting your home, the next hurricane from wiping out your city, the next drought from starving your people, the next lightning strike from ending your life, wouldn't you? The locusts in the Horn of Africa, the ice in Chicago, the floods in South Sudan, the fires in California, Australia, the threat of rain that won't stop or rest that won't come. We are at the precipice of possible change, a turning point that can and will define us, fire or ice. How will the world end? I don't know, but I don't want to find out. Not in this generation, and not in the next. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Super emotional. Thank you.
Oh, Emmy, that was
and don't
amazing.
forget to include refugees in everything you do.
For sure. Oh, well done. Thanks again, Amy. That was amazing. I don't believe you when you said you got nervous, but thank you for that. And thanks to all of the climate session and to Adam for hosting it so beautifully. Lots to think about, and I really hope it's given you all food for thought and inspiration to start filling out your own to-do lists, because we've had some coming in already, and we want more. So don't forget, that's the QR code to give it a click and send us your actions on how we're going to get the global goals achieved. Now, we do have a feast of facts coming your way, but like all of us have probably experienced, there's a bit of a technical hitch. So we are going to hear from the amazing Ola Rosling now about his amazing Gap Finder initiative, but we are really going to hear from him. We're not going to be able to see him because there's a problem connecting with him, but prepare to have your worldview totally rearranged. Let's hear from and listen to the amazing Ola Rosling.
Yeah, my name is Ola Rosling, and I'm running the Gapminder Foundation, a Swedish non-profit foundation developing free education material. Together with the Expo Dubai, we have tested people's knowledge about global development by asking roughly 8,000 fact questions in 51 different countries, and we have found some common global misunderstandings, which I will soon show you. But first, let's watch the global SDG race, where the 17 goals and their targets, there are 169 targets, 36 of them have good enough data. And I have lined them up here on the starting line where they were in 2015. And the line saying 2020 is where they are supposed to be in 2020. And I'm going to start the race now, the targets tracking against each other. Ready, set, go. And internet is taking over fast there, and cell phones, independent human rights institutions, inclusive employment. Maybe you have a lag on your side, but you can see the targets like immunization not moving at all, underwater, and slum dwelling going the wrong way. That's really bad. We can see how the targets where we have data, child mortality and maternal mortality, are actually among those that perform best. So this was up to 2020, roughly before the pandemic, and then data collection got complicated. But the latest release from the UN of global estimates basically say that during the last year, probably this happened, that unemployment went the wrong way, child vaccination the wrong way, extreme poverty, unfortunately, the wrong way too. So this is a rough picture. It shows that it's very mixed. Some few targets are on track. Many targets are just standing still or moving too slowly, while a few are moving the wrong way. A mixed picture. But when we tested people's knowledge, actually, most people believe the world look like this. They think that pretty much everything is getting worse. That's a very common pessimistic way of seeing the world, because there are so many problems and they hear about those in the news, right? But then also people lose hope if we don't emphasize that some things are actually getting better. I'm not trying to deny the problems, but we need to learn from what's actually improving, and there's lots of it. Let's look at this question here, the question about extreme poverty, where lots of people were wrong. In the last 20 years, the proportion of people living in extreme poverty, less than $2 a day, has, what happened? Did it double, remain the same, or did it more or less half, or more than half actually? Well, if we look at the data, back in 2000, it was roughly 30%. So these are the ABC options that we asked about. And now let's track the trend forward and see how it went. Okay, up to 2015, when the goals were set, it went down to 10%, far below the option C, okay? And the UN was brave and said, let's aim for 0 extreme poverty. It looked quite realistic back then, right? But then during the years before the pandemic, it didn't really follow the line. And then came COVID-19, and we had the first increase of extreme poverty on a global scale. Of course, the data is a bit uncertain, but very few people reacted to this tragedy. Why? Well, if we look at the results, when we ask this question in 33 countries, it's a very clear pattern. Very few people, 12%, pick the correct answer. The chances of picking the right one is 1 in 3, of course, so 33% should have picked the right answer if they were guessing. But most people, 61%, believed the incredibly wrong answer that extreme poverty rate only doubled. And of course, if that's what you believe, then when you hear on the news that extreme poverty increased, you don't consider it news because you think extreme poverty is increasing all the time. This is the problem with the pessimistic worldview. When things actually are getting worse, nobody listens, like the boy who shouted wolf, right? And if we look at another question, it's a similar pattern. Look, 30 years ago, 56%, a majority of the world population, lived in low-income countries. What is the share today? Okay, I think you have a little bit of a lag here, but did it drop to around 9% or to 37% or around 61%? Okay, here's the data. This shows all countries in the world. And roughly 30 years ago, every bubble is a country. The size is population, the color is region, and the 2 big bubbles there are China and India. And the horizontal axis shows average income. The vertical axis shows life expectancy. It's like a world map. You look at that compass there. North and south means healthy and sick, and west and east means poor and rich. Quite simple. But this world map, compared to others, this one changes, and people don't realize this, okay? Back then, 56% of humanity were below the line that the World Bank decided. Of course, it's arbitrary, but here is the line for low income. 56% were below that line in the current US dollars of that day. Now, what happened during the next 30 years is amazing. Maybe your bubbles on your screen are not moving nicely, but you can go to our website and check this out. It's free education material, because the majority of people in this world have not realized this economic miracle that brought billions of people out of extreme poverty thanks to economic growth among the poorest countries. Today, only 9% of people live in so-called low-income countries. Of course, there is poverty in the middle-income countries too, but the enormous amount, the majority who were under this line only 30 years ago, This generation is the richest ever in those countries. So this amazing trend, only 7% of people got right when we asked in 30 countries. Humanity is completely unaware of the economic miracle we just lived through. This is fascinating. How is it even possible? What are people learning in schools, right? So now you know, the feeling when, in fact, the progress is completely unknown, and you think the world is really bad. There are some global trends, which many people are correct about, but those are usually the negative developments, and they often are exaggerated. So when we have checked all different SDG data to see what people think about them, how they perceived reality, often the bad stories are where people are aware of the trend. Anything that is positive, people have ignored or missed. Not with bad intentions. Of course, they care about the bad things because we care about problems. But news from other countries are almost always about bad things, right? Leading to stereotypes about people elsewhere. I think stereotypes are really bad for global collaboration. And that's why I know what's on top of my to-do list. I'm going to tell you soon. You know the feeling when someone describes your country completely wrong, and you end up giving examples, trying to convince them that they are misled by a stereotype, that there is progress they don't realize. We have asked 6,000 fact questions about countries. And I was expecting to find lots of these stereotypes about groups of countries like African countries, Arab countries, Latin American countries. But instead of these country stereotypes, we encountered something I will soon show you, which I would rather call a global stereotype. Let me give an example. Look at this question about a country. I just picked one of thousands. How many babies in Zambia got vaccinated against some disease in 2019? According to UNICEF and WHO, roughly 95% of newborns were vaccinated against TB and measles. That's a truly impressive progress. But look at the respondents in Morocco, India, South Africa, and UK. They believe the number was much, much lower. Most people don't pick the right answer. They guess far below. Okay, if we stopped here, it would probably seem like we had found a vaccination stereotype about Zambia, right? Or maybe about Africa. But look now, what happens when we replace the word in the question with Cambodia, which is not in Africa, right? And we get almost the same pattern in the guessing. You see, most people go for the lowest possible option. And we figured out that this pattern comes again and again. It has very little to do with what region of the world we're looking at. Here is another question, okay? Of all the children aged 6 to 10 in North Macedonia, how many were enrolled in school? Okay, we're not asking about vaccination here. Was it more than 90, around 65? Okay, it's the top option that is the correct answer in most of the questions because the world has made so much progress. It's not that I'm cherry picking these things. These social and health developments are so amazing that it's hard to find countries with very low options. But people systematically underestimate this progress across countries and across regions. So even China, look at this. How many people have some access to electricity in China? We added the word some because there are, of course, interruptions. But is it close to 100%, around 75 or 50%, right? And the correct answer here is close to 100%. But across Russia, US, UK, Japan, people instead guess for a completely unrealistic level in China. This is the stereotype. Look at it. And I want now to stop and say what we did when we saw these results. I started wondering, are people underestimating all kinds of progress in all countries? So we decided to test that idea. And now I'm actually thrilled to present the findings for the first time. Today, we publish what we call the Gapminder Index Pilot Study 2022. It's not a scientific study, not academic research, but to my knowledge, it's the first attempt to quantify misconceptions about every country. And this is the outcome of the Flip Your Worldview project we've done with Expo. For me, this is amazing. It answers the question, how wrong are people about the progress in your country? We measured those three things that I just mentioned to you, the vaccination, the school, and the electricity. And we adopted those questions for every country, roughly 200 countries. So 600 fact questions were asked. And then we tested not only in UK or so, we tested in Japan and Brazil as well. We would love to do even more surveys, but it's quite costly actually when you start multiplying. Anyway, I'm going to show you soon the results from UK, Japan, Brazil on the answers of all these 600 questions, and the pattern is amazing. We combine the answers from 3 survey countries, and then we can calculate what we call the perceived progress, right? What you think the development is. For China, for example, the average was basically 65 between these bars, right? So none of the options, but the weighted average of the results. So then we conducted that for all the countries across all, for all these questions. And we end up with 65% for China, while the real number is 100%, right? This gives us a perception gap of 35% for China. Okay, we did this for electricity, schooling, and vaccination for all countries. And here are the amazing results. This map shows in dark purple the countries that are most misunderstood in the world. Okay, and then intermediate purple are a little bit less misunderstood. Yellow means the least understood countries. And the least misunderstood countries happen to be the Western countries. Look at the map. It's West Europe, it's USA and Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea. Those are the only yellow. Those were the only ones where the perception gap was not larger than 19%. All other countries are misunderstood, right? Severely misunderstood. Actually, if we do an average, all the other countries are 7 billion people. It's roughly the whole humanity. And on average, they are 52% underestimated in terms of their progress. Of course, the data is not perfect. And vaccination, maybe it's overreported in a few places. But even if you reduce it and say it's 10% overreported, it's still a severe underestimation and a lack of respect for the amazing progress that all of humanity, almost all of humanity has been doing, right? We can also look at it in this way, right? Here are all the bubbles. Again, every bubble is a country size, is population. And on the vertical axis, instead of life expectancy here, I'm having the progress, which is the average of the 3, vaccination, electricity, and schooling, right? So this is the actual progress. Now let's see where people guessed that the countries were on this exercise. And you can see how everything except the top richest corner in the right was severely underestimated with roughly 50% or more, right? Okay, so this compares now the actual numbers at the top and then at the bottom, the severely underestimated countries. If we look at Senegal, for example, the actual number is 80%, an average of schooling, electricity, and vaccination. But the perception, when you ask people, they believe that Senegal is only on 18%. This is one of the largest misconceptions, right? Enormous gap. If we look at the richest countries, of course, the yellow ones there, they are the Western countries, and many like Sweden and Austria, which were actually the least misunderstood countries in the world. That's where I live in Sweden. But among the richest, you can see some purple bubbles down there, which have a high GDP per capita, but they are still misunderstood. Almost all of them are the rich oil Arab countries, okay? And Singapore, and a few more, Andorra, and countries that maybe people have never heard of. But in general, of course, there is a stereotype, but anything that is not a Western country is underestimated. That's why I call it a global misconception or stereotype. Look at the size of underappreciation. Singapore, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi are at the very top, like most middle-income and high-income countries. or all of them. They are above 90%, maybe 95%, but people believe they are down on 50%, as if children in UAE were not vaccinated. In Qatar, these are the regular child vaccination programs. Sustainable development requires us to rethink the world. And on my to-do list, that's on the top, to flip your worldview. Society and economy cannot be understood in separation. They are not unrelated, and economy and nature are not unrelated. This is what sustainability is all about, to understand that these three spheres are overlapping, and we humans, we live in the overlap. That's where we live our life, and we have to consider all these different spheres when we look at progress. If you think the 17 goals are too many, here's a way to simplify them, to remember them. I think that the 7 first belong kind of in the center. They are close to humans, and they are about physical human needs mainly, okay? Now I'm brutally simplifying. The next 4 are about the economy, roughly, and the next 4 are about nature. And society are the last 2. This is a way as to think of them as 4 different groups, but of course, remember, they are all interrelated, and that's the idea of the sustainable development. So the COVID pandemic hit us here in the middle, and it has the power to actually interrupt progress. A virus coming from the nature sphere stopped the progress in society and economy across the world on the other side of the planet. Unfortunately, COVID is not the only global risk that has the potential of stopping everything. New pandemic could do it, but there are also other risks. We cannot live without global collaboration. Even though most progress happens locally, there are global risks that can stop the local progress. A financial collapse would actually stop most progress. If you want to save tigers in India, you benefit from some economic growth so that you can get the money to actually save nature. And societal investments also depend on money. Another global risk that can stop everything is the risk of a third world war. We cannot neglect this. We need global collaboration to avoid these risks. And finally, climate change, of course. All these 4 risks are in different spheres, require different knowledge, but everybody must care about them. And this is, I would say, the main reason why we need global collaboration that function better than today, even though we probably have the best collaboration ever in human history. But we need to prevent these goals and prevent these risks. And to do that, we need to start respecting each other. There is no way we can continue with this global stereotype and have effective global collaboration. So we need to learn about each other. That's the top to-do that I have on my list. The people I'm testing in at the UN and in public sector at foreign ministers often score just as bad as the public on these fact questions with data coming from their own yearbooks. So we're developing in our foundation free testing materials. Learning about the climate. Let me end with 2 fact questions which are really showing that a majority of people, even if they are aware of the climate risks, they haven't fully understood the basic facts required for climate action. This question, during the past 40 years, the amount of oil and natural gas in known reserves, what happened to it, A, B, or C? Did it double the known reserves of oil and gas? Did it remain the same? Or did it reduce to less than half? Okay, everybody knows we used a lot of fossil fuels, so it's very intuitive to guess C, that the known reserves must have been reduced. People fail to realize that we've been finding more fossil fuels than we have been using, so the reserves actually double. Why is this a problem? I'd say it's a big problem. If you believe that the fossil fuel reserves decline, then you probably say, let's wait for the price of oil and gas to go up, because when the reserves run low, of course, they're going to be more expensive. But that will not happen for a very, very long time. If you think so about fossil reserves, you haven't understood the actual problem, which is we cannot wait. We need to stop using fossil fuels before they run low. Okay, my last question, I think, is the most misunderstood climate fact, which even the activists fail when I test them. What happens to the CO2 level in the atmosphere if we halve annual emissions today? Will it increase, stay the same, or decrease? Okay, the concentration up there in the atmosphere, what will happen to it? It will increase. Okay, we decrease our emissions, but it increases up there. Sounds counterintuitive, but it's very important. Look at this graph. Here, this is the annual emissions. If we keep adding every year, okay, we're doubling the amount up there every year. And we keep doing that until we finally halve the emissions. And we celebrate down here, and many people think it's going to be less CO2 in the atmosphere. But the old clouds we added keep accumulating. And they keep accumulating, and there will be accumulation and increase in the concentration until we reach zero. If people don't understand that, they think it's going to be enough to reach half the emissions. It will not. Then they will invest in solutions that actually not lead to zero, which we have to aim for, because the CO2 will not get away from the atmosphere for hundreds and hundreds of years. If we move into the future, the CO2 we emit there, 95% of it is still going to be there 100 years into the future. And the later we reach zero, the more it's going to be, the warmer it's going to be. On my to-do list, learning the facts is the absolutely top item. I meet so many activists who have a bleeding heart and they care about the world, they want to do good, but they don't sit down and learn the facts. They don't take the test. So I'm trying to help by developing very simple and free tests that any organization can integrate into their curriculum and make required learning in companies, in governments, in UN sector, in schools and everywhere. That's the knowledge gap that we are trying to fill in our foundation. And together with Expo, we have been able to test thousands and thousands of fact questions. And you can browse those on our website and test yourself in our worldview upgrader. Thank you very much. I don't have any idea of how long time this took.
Oh, thank you very much,
unfortunately, my video
didn't. That was amazing, everyone. Thank you so much, Oliver.
Thank you.
Did anyone else notice that the least misunderstood country in the world is Sweden, where Ola comes from? I think there might be a connection there. So thank you to that. Okay, well done. We're still going, and we've got one more amazing speaker before we have a break. So I think we all know, and we've heard from so many great young people already, but we know that the pandemic has hit the youth population really hard. And I think our next speaker sees this as it's a problem, but also it's an opportunity. So how can we use the rebuilding period to really use the voices of young people to energize and accelerate our progress towards 2030? So please welcome back to the stage the UN Youth Envoy, Jayasima Wickramaniyaka.
Thank you very much. I feel a bit disoriented after that presentation, and I think it might take a while to digest the facts. Though I think the Roslings were very sort of polite in terms of identifying it as a perception or a stereotype gap, I very much see colonialism in that map. I think if not for those countries in yellow doing what they did hundreds of years ago and continuing to do and impose their model of development and values in the rest of the world and continue to control the narrative on media, I think we will continue to see this gap for many years to go. Anyway, I'm very happy to be here again and to dig a little bit deeper into what I shared in the opening panel that I was a part of. So when it comes to my to-do list for the world, it is pretty simple. We need to give young people equal opportunities to lead in creating the world that we want. What you might know is that the world today is home to the largest generation of young people in history. More than half of the world's population is under the age of 30, and 90% of this population lives in those countries that you saw in purple. But as Gail said, this is not only a challenge for policymakers and for governments to tackle, but I do think that this is the greatest opportunity that this world has ever had. And if we have any hope in achieving the SDGs by 2030, this is really that only chance we have. For so long, we know that those who inherit the consequences of the decisions that are being made today are not represented in decision making, which is heavily weighted towards the short term than the long term. And this is our chance to change that paradigm. We know that young people are keen to challenge the status quo. You've heard from Nisreen, you've heard from Jerome. We've seen them taking up the streets in creating change around the world, from issues ranging from climate action to gender equality, anti-racism to democratization. So it should come as no surprise that we increasingly see young people unapologetically speaking up and demanding a seat at the table. What we need now is for the world to embrace this disruptive, creative, and innovative approach to change to get us back on track towards a future where no person is left behind. In this spirit, I want to share 3 key areas that are on top of my to-do list for 2022 on how we all can better work and invest in young people in all their diversity. First, as governments around the world shape and implement COVID-19 recovery and rebuilding plans, we need to prioritize an emphasis on young women and girls, period. Young women and girls continue to be disproportionately impacted by the consequences of the socioeconomic inequality, the conflicts, climate change, and humanitarian crises that we see around the world. And on top of that, if you're an LGBTIQ person, if you're a young person living with a disability, if you're a young refugee, if you're a young migrant, these challenges will be compounded at different levels on your life. It's estimated that more than 11 million girls might never return to school due to the increased gender-based violence, which has been drastically exacerbated by COVID-19. How is this acceptable in 2022? And this is only one example. There are far too many dire stats like this that shows devastating impacts that the pandemic has had in reversing decades-long important development progress in areas like education. So by promoting innovative funding mechanisms that specifically support grassroots initiatives and local feminist organizations, and by actively removing structural and institutional barriers that prevent young women from making a greater impact, we can foster a world where all young people in all their diversity have equal opportunities to realize their true potential. Second, it is becoming increasingly clear that the socioeconomic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic will disproportionately affect young people for years to come, including in relation to their employment prospects. Even before the pandemic, over 1 in 5 young people were neither in employment, education, or training, a reality which COVID only made worse. Young people's education, training, and labor market intersection have been severely impacted, and in 2020 alone, youth employment worldwide fell by 8.7%, dropping at a more than double the rate of adult unemployment. And this is compounded by an understanding that young people today already have far less income at their disposal compared to the generations that came before them. So we need to bring young people's economic inclusion, economic empowerment back to the forefront of development strategies with a specific focus on training and jobs. Quality, accessible, and relevant education and training, including digital skills development, ensure young people are empowered to reach their full potential, particularly in the context of the 4th Industrial Revolution, and make it one of the smartest investments that any government can make to avoid future crises and ramp up socioeconomic development. Lastly, it's important that we acknowledge the devastating toll that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on young people's mental health. 1 in 7 young people are estimated to live with a diagnosed mental disorder globally. 1 in 7. And wide gaps continue to persist between mental health needs and mental health funding, with only 2% of government health budgets allocated for mental health. So as we look to recover better together, we need to place a higher importance on the relationship between mental health and future life outcomes to prevent this pandemic from turning into a long-term mental health crisis for young people. We must end the stigma surrounding mental health and commit to providing better youth-friendly, youth-supportive mental health support for young people, including especially, of course, the most vulnerable groups that I spoke before. I should also emphasize that all of these areas of transformation are included in the UN's efforts going forward, including in our UN's youth strategy. We know what we need to do. The world already has the knowledge and the resources that we need to achieve the goals. Young people have the energy, expertise, enthusiasm, and ambition to make them a reality. Now, let's give them a chance to lead, because achieving the 2030 agenda really depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya. And again, thank you for the point that you made about the yellow map. Let's all try and rewrite the narrative together. So, we have covered a lot so far, and we're going to have a break now, but there's a lot more to come. We're going to be going to hear from speakers from Rwanda, from Zambia, and from India, and we have another wonderful live performance. So, if you're on the live stream, we are now going to part ways for a little, but sit back, you have a treat. We're going to hear from the Hollywood actor Robin Wright about what's on her to-do list, and also from the Premiership footballer Adama Traore. Here in the room, we're going to have a little break, so I can encourage you to stand up, stretch your legs, and see you back here at 2:50 sharp. Thanks very much.
Hi, I'm Robin Wright. I'm an actor, director, producer, as well as a business owner. I'm co-founder of a social enterprise sleepwear company called Pour la Femme, which means for the women. We started Pour la Femme to provide comfort and security that would carry beyond our sleepwear to help support women in conflict regions around the world. Now, our mission is to continue to grow our Give Work program and expand our global goals by building partnerships that are aligned with these goals. Our work contributes to a wide range of the global goals, such as Goal 5, Gender Equality, Goal 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, and Goal 17, Partnerships for these goals. On my to-do list, it will be Goal 17, Partnerships. We recently launched the Pour la Femme Foundation to expand our reach. Working with partners, it enables us to shine the light more brightly on those who are vulnerable, and it simply enables us to help more people. The foundation's goal is to fund programs that are working to create safe and supportive environments in which women and children can exercise their personal freedoms as individuals, contribute to the betterment of their communities, and thrive. On the top of our to-do list is continuing this work with specific goals to provide safe, supportive work environments where the workers are economically and personally empowered to contribute and grow. So if you're watching this at home or you're at the in-person event, perhaps you'll allow me to suggest something for your own to-do list to ensure that we make progress towards Goal 17. Partnerships to strengthen the work we do. Your to-do list could look something like this. Be a conscious consumer. If something is inexpensive and mass-produced, it is likely hurting someone or the planet or both. Number 2, create strength in numbers. Build partnerships with people who share your goals to support workers, artisans, and communities who are vulnerable. It's so important for all of us to take action for people and for the planet. We must all play our part in achieving the global goals, and perhaps the first step could be for everyone to write down their own personal to-do list, because as we know, we can't do this alone.
Don't let anyone ever tell you that there isn't progress, that great things don't get done, that making the world better is impossible. There are amazing things happening around the world every day. Just look at what has been achieved. More than 1 billion people have been lifted out of poverty since 1990. More children than ever now live to see their 5th birthday. Polio is on the brink of eradication. COVID vaccines were developed in record time. More women are in positions of power. Renewable energy is becoming cheaper than fossil fuels. 90% of the world's population now has access to electricity. But there is still so much needed to get the to-do list for people and the planet done.
You need to be determined to face the risks, determined to face the challenges and to change, and to do what is necessary to overcome our dramatic problems.
With your passion and determination, we can go faster, get stronger, and do better for fairer progress for everyone.
Hi everyone, I am Adama Traore, a professional football player from Wolverhampton Wanderers. I play in the Premier League and I play for the national team of Spain. As recently, I'm a new member of Common Goal. If you don't know what is this, the idea is simple. I give 1% of my earnings to Common Goal along with hundreds of players around the world. That money is used to to drive social impact initiative. 1% is not a lot, but the idea is that, like a football, it takes a team to make a real change and accelerate meaningful progress. One item on my to-do list this year is to address global goal 10, reduce inequalities by pledging my 1% tackle racial injustice through common goal anti-racist project. Honestly, I wish I lived in a world where my pledge wasn't needed to fight racism. I wish it could be used for another impact area, because racism was no longer an issue plaguing in our society. Unfortunately, that is not the case, which is why it's important for me this year to use my platform and be the part of the solution. The Anti-Racism Project is a mission that I believe it truly can make a difference. The project uses anti-racism training to tackle systematic racism across all levels of professional and grassroots football, with the ultimate goal of creating more inclusive and diverse environment that celebrate our difference and foster community. Along with my pledge to this project, another item on my list this year is use my voice to help it grow. As I said, common goal is about teamwork. I know that my 1% alone, it won't fix this problem. I know my voice alone won't solve systematic racism. But if I can encourage others to join with me in this fight, the impact we can make is exponential. With collective action, we can create a clear path forward that leads us towards real change. The best part is not just the other players that can make a difference. It's anyone who can share a love for the beautiful game. It's a space for everyone to change the world. So if you're going to add something to your do-it list this year, I say join me. You might think your 1% doesn't matter, but I'm telling you it does.
Today, more than 800 million people will go to bed hungry.
Hunger is something completely unacceptable in modern societies, because let's be clear, it's not because of lack of food that people are angry in the world. There is enough food in the world to feed the world's population. The problem is a problem of inequality.
Hunger is poverty at its worst, taking away health, dignity, opportunity. It affects people everywhere, and hunger is on the rise. Inequality, injustice, conflict, climate change, COVID, causing a perfect storm, increasing hunger at every turn, threatening us all. But we can change this if we act now. To change the food system so it puts people first. To produce food more sustainably and waste less. To provide nutritious meals for all. To make healthy food affordable for all. And to campaign against hunger. This is our to-do list to end hunger. A radical transformation in how we manage, consume, and distribute the planet's food isn't just possible, it's a life-saving necessity.
It's not just about putting food into the stomach of a child or a woman or a man, but it's about the type of food that we put in there. Can that be nutritious? Can that be eco-friendly? Can that be accessible?
We must end hunger if we are to defeat poverty and achieve the global goals. And we are the people who can at last get this done.
أنت وأنت وهم وأنا كلنا جميعنا لا تمييز بيننا لا إنسان فوقنا لا إنسان دوننا بالإعاقة أو بدون على النجاح قادرون
حق العمل دون تمييز، حق الاندماج والدراسة والنجاح، حق الحياة والرجاء والعطاء.
معاً نغير الأحوال، معاً نحقق الآمال، معاً نكون أو نكون سوياً سوياً قادرون سوياً سوياً سائرون سوياً سوياً قادرون سوياً سوياً سائرون. أنت وأنت وهم وأنا كلنا جميعنا لا تمييز بيننا لا إنسان فوقنا لا إنسان دوننا بالإعاقة أو بدون على النجاح قادرون.
تدريجيا تعود الحياة إلى ما يمكن أن يشبه طبيعتها في العالم. تواصل أكثر الدول رفع الحظر والقيود التي كانت فرضتها منذ أشهر، فيما أعلنت المنظمة الصحية أن تبقى متأهبة في كل أنحاء العالم لمواجهة أخطار جديدة وتدعو الجميع إلى الالتزام
لجميع الناس بلا استثناء.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 5 minutes.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، تفضلوا بالجلوس في مقاعدكم. ستبدأ الجلسة خلال 5 دقائق.
And I'm sure that it is gonna last until I got the power to move. This life's a nonsense. You just play me and push me away like a ribbon you don't need no more. You show yourself in all your grace. This time I'll pretend that you see me for what simple reflection of you and all your words. I won't get lost, I won't move, I won't make a sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 1 minute.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، تفضلوا بالجلوس في مقاعدكم. ستبدأ الجلسة خلال دقيقة واحدة.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for coming back so promptly. Welcome back to Global Goals for All. It's really great to be back on stage. We've covered so much, and there's much to come. Now, we've already mentioned the corporate world, and we all know that much has been going on in that world around the SDGs to drive progress. But I'd really like to know what is on their to-do lists. So who better to kick us off with that than for me to welcome back to stage the director of the United Nations Global Compact, Sanda Ojambo.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'm really honored to put together, what I think is a collective to-do list, adding my voice to the many thousands of voices that have such great ambition and momentum towards the 2030 agenda. As I said earlier, the UN Global Compact brings together 15,000 businesses in over 160 countries, as well as 69 local-based networks, to ensure that corporate action is aligned to the SDGs. But at this point in time, a to-do list has to be ambitious, it has to be bold, and it has to reflect urgency. We're in the middle of a global pandemic, we're at a stage where the SDGs are off track, and we're at the time when private sector truly has a key role to play in driving forward this agenda. So our to-do list really looks at how we can catalyze collective action and business resources to change the world trajectory. So I have 5 points on my to-do list that I'm just going to go through. The first is about ambition. The private sector has to be ambitious. It has to be courageous. It has to demonstrate bold leadership as well as set bold targets. Without that, the private sector won't fully be able to unleash all it can do to drive forward on this agenda. We invite more private sector partners to join us and join our frameworks around delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's my first. The second piece for me on the private sector really relates to climate. We are in the middle of an existential crisis. I think we see it every day. Yet businesses also recognize that one of the biggest disruptions to business has been the climate crisis. So businesses do need to take the climate crisis seriously. Businesses do need to set science-based targets to mitigate. Businesses also need to look forward on issues such as adaptation and resilience and biodiversity and nature-based solutions, and be sure that businesses are not taking away from our future, but really looking at how to regenerate a sustainable business trajectory for us. My third piece for business is to take a critical look at gender equality. Business will not succeed with only half the world, either as its customers, as its business leaders, or as its shapers and influencers. The business case, but why do you need a business case for gender equality? It's actually more of a moral issue. You cannot succeed with only half a team holding up half the sky or trying to clap with one hand. Business does need to take a serious look at gender equality and make sure that issues such as the gender pay gap, which stands at a staggering, 260 years to bring at par, are addressed. Business really does need to look at gender in all of its areas. The fourth thing for me in business is to engage young people, and to engage young people strategically in a meaningful way and one that drives forward an agenda for the future. I think it's critical to have young people as decision makers, as leaders, as well as thought shapers for the role of business going forward. My fifth is for businesses to really look at how they can critically engage with the Sustainable Development Agenda. 17 goals is large, but businesses need to look at this in a materiality way. Where can business have an impact? Where can business be bold? Where can business set targets? But most importantly, business needs to be credible. That is my to-do list for business. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Sanda. And also thanks for teeing up our next session so nicely. I'm glad you talked about gender equality, which indeed is not just a goal. Gender equality is, as we've heard earlier all day, it's a human right, it's a no-brainer, and it really is a fundamental foundation for a peaceful and prosperous and sustainable world. I liked your analogy of you can't play with half the team, clap with one hand. So let's now get into the gender session. There are lots of critical issues, and what we want to do is work out what we all need to put on our to-do lists to achieve them.
The pandemic has increased inequalities for women and girls in all areas of life. And yet, there's never been more momentum to overhaul the power dynamics of gender, demanding change, challenging norms, sharing power.
Education is the right of every child, and especially for girls, this right should not be neglected.
There's so much left to do, and soon is not soon enough to get the world's to-do list for gender equality done.
We must, if we want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, if we want to have a better world, we must have women and men in full equality.
Now is the time to get specific. Every global citizen owes it to every citizen on the globe to fight for more women in positions of power, an urgent end to violence against women and girls, sexual and reproductive health rights, quality education for all girls, women equal in law, equal pay, and economic empowerment.
Achieving gender equality for the Sustainable Development Goals is bringing the 50% of our population in the world into the picture. What we need to understand is a fundamental right for all human beings.
Let's get this done. Gender equality, everywhere, now.
Yes, I think we all know that. And that is the high-level need to get gender equality done, as the film said at the end. So now let's get a bit deeper into the issues. And we're going to be joined by two experts virtually. I think it's been said before, women and girls bear the brunt of the COVID crisis. And it's writ large right here. We should have had another one. They couldn't come. And these two wonderful women can't join us because of travel restrictions, but we're so glad to see them. And just let me tell you, ladies, you look fantastic up on screen, so welcome. First of all, can I introduce Yanda Banda, who is an education, girls and women's rights activist and the co-chair of Transform Education. Hello, Yanda. Can you hear us? Maybe not yet. Let me try that with Christine. And Christine Kondo, the Executive Director at the Sustainable Growers Rwanda, who help women farmers trading specialty coffee. And actually, that's an organization that's another proud member of the Expo Best Practice Program. Hello, Christine. Okay, so I'm not sure either of those links are working. Let me know if you can hear me. Christine, Yanda? Or bear with us. You guys trying to work out where the link is? I'm going to just keep saying hello. Hello. Hello, Christine? Hello, Yanda? Oh, this is a tech glitch, shall we say. Guys, what do you think what do you think we should do? Wait? Who knows any good gender-based jokes? Oh, now they can hear us. Christine, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yay! And Yanda, can you hear us?
Perfectly.
Okay, amazing. Well, I'm just going to quickly introduce you again so that you hear how you're introduced. But Yanda, you are a women, girls and education rights activist and the co-chair of Transform Education. Say hello to everyone.
Hi, everyone.
And Christine Kondo, the Executive Director of Sustainable Growers Rwanda, trading coffee and one of Expo's experts best practice program. Hello, Christine.
Hello, everyone.
And I don't know whether you liaise, but you're both wearing the most spectacular colour blue top, so you look amazing up there. I am going to start chatting to Christine, if I may, not least because we had a quick get to know each other chat yesterday. Christine's in Rwanda, she's working in coffee, and she sent me to the Rwanda hub here to have a coffee, and it is indeed the best coffee I've had since I arrived in the country, so congratulations. I've gone the whole mile. I'm offering to kind of go on holiday there. I'm bringing coffee home. I'm all in. So thank you so much for leading me to that. But on a serious note, Christine, tell us how growing up in Rwanda has influenced your decision to work in this field, you know, not to get any old job, but actually to really work furthering this critical cause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very humbled and blessed to be speaking on behalf of all the women I serve here in Rwanda and DR Congo. So, growing up in Rwanda, you know, women were only viewed as caretakers, and then men were identified as revenue earners in the household. And I truly believe that we are still seeing this in many places in the world. So, and then this was very rare here in Rwanda, really, for women to get a regular job. Even beside that, it was really very impracticable for a woman to get a chance to getting a high income job. In the past, you said all the hard work, as they call them, was referred to men. So growing up here, but it was a norm here. And then things get changed after the 1924 genocide against Tutsi. The government invested a lot in gender equality programs that have promoted women to leadership in the government and in other sectors of development in Rwanda. I'm pretty sure that you know that in Rwanda we have 64% of women in the parliaments. I think it is not really new for everyone there. But coming to my sector, Rwanda coffee was known as a man crop and is still dominated by men. And then women represent only 32% in entrepreneurship. What do I mean by entrepreneurship? So you can only see women and then yet they are doing all the work at the farm level, but we only have 32% of women are representing in the trading and then as well as in the marketing and then branding or processing. Having pursued my education in agribusiness, so that has led me to start my career in coffee sector, where I experienced gender inequality across the coffee value chain. I noticed that the women hard work and efforts were not recognized. When I joined Sustainable Growers, that was 8 years ago, I really saw an opportunity for me to advocate and then serve women, utilizing all the skill I had developed along the way. And then the mission of our Sustainable Growers is to unlock the potential of women across the entire value chain of coffee production. That was work I was more than committed to do. I saw learn the work was more than just a cup of coffee. So, but I needed to facilitate the training of women and then go us towards the whole value chain in coffee.
And it's been, you told me when we warmed up, this organization has actually impacted an amazing number of women since it's been going. Tell us how long it's been going, how many people it's worked with, and what sort of impact have you noticed in society because of the program?
So actually, Sustainable Growers, we are a nonprofit organization that has been founded by Bloomberg Philanthropies. And then we have a presence here in Rwanda and DR Congo. And then we are soon going to start in Tanzania, I think by next month. And then so far we have nearly 50,000 women farmers in the program. And then what we do, we provide an immersive training in coffee value chain so women can understand coffee from seed to sip, as we call them, or for seed to cup. So we can see that women are not only representing at the farm level, but they have a presence in the processing stage, as well as they're also going to the trading. So they're sitting on the table and then bargaining the price with consumers and buyers. And then mostly in the both countries, Rwanda and Congo. So we are producing countries, but we are not really drinking countries for coffee. Mm-hmm. So as you may know, Rwanda and then DR Congo, we were all colonized by the Belgium. And then coffee was introduced here in Rwanda by the German, and then that was 1904, a long time ago. And then, you know, since then, people here, we knew that coffee was only for exports. And then with the program, we're trying to see how, thinking differently out of the box, how women can really be represented in this, how we call it, a very tricky commodity, whereby there's many players along the value chain in coffee. And then so how women can really understand their products by understanding all the techniques behind the coffee farming. But not only that, how can they make a correlation between what they are producing and then what they have in the cup? So it's a long process of training. We usually provide 12 months of the training so women, they can understand coffee at their farm, and then as well as all the stage from processing, exporting, and then selling as well, trading as well. And then so far, I can say that we have nearly 50,000 women in the program for Rwanda and Congo, here in Rwanda and Congo. And then we have more than 200,000 secondary impacts that we are making here in both countries. Because when we are training a women, they also going back and then train the whole communities, and then with the support of the Bloomberg Philanthropies, we were able, for women to own their own coffee washing station, as we call them. It's like a training center where they have to process everything. And then from there, they're also able to have some infrastructure with them. So that's like the cupping labs, so where they can test their coffee, and then as well as the milling factories where they can do all the processing and then documentation for them to export their coffee, either locally, internationally, and then having markets here locally. So far since we started 7 years ago, almost 8 years now, we have seen that the production was increased by more than 40%. That was really incredible. And then what do? We did really see, we came up with like different ideas how we can provide training to the women. And then we came up with, like, for instance, we are using this bracelet. So I think you can all see my bracelet. Mm-hmm. It's a red bracelet. And then we call it, it says, and I'm not sure if you can read, it says that collect cherry that has this color. It's both in English and then my local language in Kinyarwanda. And then it was like a simple tools that we brought for women. If they go to the farm and then they're wearing this, and then they only have to collect cherry that has this color. Because initially, they didn't know the difference between having collecting a red cherry or green cherry or overripe cherry that has like a darkish color. So, for them, it was like, coming and then, harvesting everything at the same time. But by bringing this a simple tool, for women, they are wearing it. And then, so they know that we have to harvest that the cherry has this color. And then that has changed a lot. The productivity has been increased by more than 40%. And the women, they're earning income and assets because they were able to trade and sell their product and gaining more money, more revenue. So I think since we started, we have seen that women were able to increase more than 52% of their revenues. And then, so they earn more money, and then as well as they're also earning, the assets in their households, and then that was brought them to have like a confidence, and then having a voice within the family, so in the community as well, because they're having something that they're bringing at home. And then as well as, both of the training that we have done, nothing we were able to do it on our own, because we do believe that, one organization cannot complete all the work, but it requires a collaboration. So we have a good partnership with the government, and then we also have a philanthropies that really support us to go through this an amazing organization, an amazing impact that we have created in both countries.
Yeah, I think two reasons I love your story, Christine. One is that, you take something very lofty like economic empowerment, which is one of the targets under the goals, and then you tell us it in a way that makes it really vivid, and I mean bright red, vivid and real for, you know, we can, I think, feel every woman working in your program. So thank you for bringing that specificity in. And then I also like the model that you were just talking through there, which is you work with governments, a private sector enterprise of coffee, but also a non-profit aspect to support and accelerate the training and development of women. Just before I go to Yanda, are there any other exciting plans? Because it feels like that model could go anywhere.
Yeah, I think so. I truly believe that this was a really simple model where, you know, it can be scalable, because at Sustainable Growers, I usually believe that a non-profit organization cannot really scale a program or a model, but the government can. So, and then the way we have done it here in Rwanda and in DR Congo, I think this model can be scalable to any other commodity and any other countries. Yeah, so I can just recommend that not only in coffee, but even other commodity as well. We can use this model, and then that can be replicable in any other countries as well. And then I think beside that, from all our experiences, we have seen that, you know, it's good, you know, that here in Rwanda, especially, I'm going to talk about that, we have a lot of the support of the government that really, they are too keen in engagement of, you know, the women economic empowerment. You know, from all our lessons learned, because we also met some challenges, but with a good vision, a good plan that was really leading us to this grateful achievement that we are speaking today. And then rather than that, I can also say one of our, you know, our experience is just for us to get where we are now. So we also need an engagement of men. So we need to bring men, you know, we need to bring men in the, you know, in every step. So they are not not only because they understand, you know, the business than more than women, but not that, or they are so quicker. Because I truly believe that, you know, when men, they are engaged, things get better. So women, they are getting a lot of support from their brothers and their husbands. But also, when men don't really understand the meaning, or how should I say that, they have to support the women in order for the families to grow together, or to plan, or to have a better plan together. Things are really moving so fast.
Well, that's good. We're going to have some men on soon. I'm trying to see where he is. There he is. Thank you for that, Christine. I'm going to come over to you now, Yanda. This is a huge question, so apologies, but I'm going to ask you to sum up in a few minutes, you know, everything you do. But I'll shape it a little, which is, you're the expert on young girls' education, right? That is what you are an activist for. Can you tell us your vision for how we can reimagine and transform the experience of girls in education?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for your question, and it's an honor to be here. This is a very important question, but let me start off by saying education in itself is a fundamental human right, but the way that it's being accessed in this generation is purely a privilege, and a huge privilege, in fact, and COVID-19 has made this divide even wider. When the pandemic hit and schools closed, immediately progress for education was being rolled back. And if anything, it was a very definition of a generational catastrophe. And for me, I believe it's one of the single most important reasons that we must fight to transform education for gender equality. Firstly, I believe our education systems need to change. They're too based on the regurgitation of facts to pass exams, and not enough on the key sustainability issues of the world, from the climate crisis to leadership. Our school systems need to change fundamentally, from just a point of learning literacy and numeracy skills, and so the quadratic expression and homo habilis, which are very important topics of discussion, but they cannot be the fundamental basis of education. They need to progress to a point of where we're learning about quality gender transformative education and truly integrating youth leadership with a center on climate education. One of the things that I also fundamentally believe in when we're looking at leadership is we don't have as many young politicians in this world because the school system doesn't teach politics. It teaches the definition of democracy, but it doesn't teach how youth can become leaders of this generation. And so this is where we see the biggest generational disconnect. But secondly, it is important that we understand that schools are not just buildings. Schools are places of social transformation. And we must utilize their potential to become this. We need to take a multi-stakeholder approach when it comes to addressing what education and what schools should look like, especially when we're looking at the topics of reimagining education systems in developing countries like the Global South, in particular Africa. When we look at the real contextualization of stories of young people who live in countries like mine, in countries like Zambia, we need to look at how young people are approaching school systems and education systems. We have a lack of funding of early childhood education, which automatically means that the gender bias is already up there. We have young people, especially young people who are living in rural areas, that do not have the same quality of access as young people who are living in urban areas. When you go to villages like mine in Porokoso, where I come from, young people are starting grade 1 when they're 16 or 17 years old. And if you're bringing a 16, 17-year-old into a classroom to learn about the alphabet, they're not going to assimilate it to the classroom. And that's why we don't have as many young people coming out of secondary education into higher education. But thirdly, it is by no doubt the work of all of us to reimagine education in a way that simulates the ministries of education especially. We need to see a reformation of education curriculums and investment in teacher and professional development training with a focus on systemic integration of investment in gender transformative education, as well as ensuring that young people can be meaningfully involved in all processes of decision-making within ministries of education. But lastly, it's important that we take a gender lens to every single little thing that we look at when we're dealing with the issues of education. Menstrual hygiene management, for example, is one of them. Sexual reproductive health and rights is another example. But all in all, schools need to become a place of social transformation where gender equality and climate education is put forefront.
Thank you for that. That's a really nice way of framing the issue, to say schools need to become, transformation engines. They're not just buildings teaching algebra. You sit on quite a few, but I couldn't list all of the positions you hold. You're so impressive and you're young. You're the co-chair of Transform Education. You're a member of UN Women's Global Adolescent Task Force. I presume there's quite a lot of old people on those organizations, and you're clearly very important in that movement because you're galvanizing and you have all this energy. How can the people in positions of power, how can the generations above you help you and other young leaders to transform in the way that you want to?
Thank you so much. I've been in these spaces since I was about 14 years old now. So I'm going on to about 4 or 5 years within being in the youth engagement space. And I've learned a lot of lessons. Firstly, an opening of spaces for youth is critical. Holistic intergenerational responses to dealing with these sustainable issues is the only way forward that we can go. However, one of the biggest challenges that I see when it comes to the younger generation engaging with the older generation is sometimes we're invited not because we want to meaningfully engage youth, but because we need to tick a box. It's not a genuine invitation to listen to youth, but it's an invitation to hear what the young people need to say. And I find this very funny because a lot of the times we're talking about issues of education, issues of adolescent health, and I'm the only young person in the room of 40, 50 other older generation experts. And this is an extremely big problem because how is the issue youth-centric focused and we don't have enough youth in the room? Another issue that sometimes we see is young activists are brought into the room as the energy of the room or the inspiration of the room, here to inspire the older generation and not as experts of the room. And this presents a very big problem. As young activists, we have an expertise and it's important that that's being brought out and being listened to. But most importantly, in an intergenerational effort, it's being implemented. I wanted to leave with a few steps that I think are very important when we're looking at meaningful and holistic youth and adolescent engagement. Number one, fund young activist work. This is most important. It's critical. If we're experts of our work, we need to be funded for our work. The reason why youth-led movements, especially in the Global South, cannot continue to thrive is because they're underfunded or sometimes they're not funded at all. And so how do we bring youth into a space with all this information that they're ready to give, but we're not ready to fund them for that. And so funding youth work is critical. But secondly, we must create systems of accountability and systems of engagement for youth and adolescents. I continue to argue, if young people and adolescents are not systemically integrated within systems of power, our engagement further remains tokenistic. Year in and year out, we come to decision-making tables, we meet presidents, we meet ministers, we meet civil society, we meet politicians, and we talk to them, but we continue to have these conversations at the same summits year in and year out because there's no implementation and there's no accountability of that. So we must create systems of accountability. But lastly, it's important that we center the voices of the most systemically excluded and the most systemically underrepresented. These people who do not have a voice are the most important people at the table, the people who are most affected by the climate crisis, girls who are most affected by the lack of education. These are the people we need to be seeing at the decision-making table in a funded and systemically represented manner. A lot of the times, the reasons why decisions are inadequate, which if I may say they're inadequate most of the time, is because we don't have the true voices and the true experiences and the true stories of young activists, especially adolescent girls at the table. And so if we are to move forward, we need to ensure that there's systemic representation, we need to ensure that there's funded work, and above all, we need to ensure that the older generation is genuinely willing to listen to us, implement our ideas, our thoughts, and our actions, and work together with us.
Thank you so much, Yanda, and thank you. Yeah, you're getting a round of applause in the room. And I would have loved to spend more time with those ladies, but I think Yanda's key to do was fund young activists. I think that's so important. They can't do any of that if they're not funded. And I think from Christine's point of view, let's scale. She's found an amazing program there that is working. So let's find ways we can scale that into different territories and different areas. Now, we're going to hear from another female activist, this time in India, and she's one of India's biggest content creators. So let's watch Prajakta Kohli tell us what is on her to-do list for women and girls.
Hello everybody, namaste. I am Prajakta Kohli. I am a content creator and actor from Mumbai, India. First of all, Dubai Expo Global Goals Week, thank you so much for making me a part of this. This is such an honor for me to be able to speak at a platform like this amongst people that I look up to. So thank you. I'm very, very grateful. It's Global Goals Week, and honestly, one of the goals that I am very, very passionate about is goal number 5, that is gender equality. Now, for me, I think honestly I am extremely blessed because I grew up in a household, I work in a team, I have a circle of friends and family where gender has never sort of been a filter for anything. So I grew up very strong on that front, and when I was making conversations about this on my YouTube channel, I realized that, oh, that's not how it is for everybody else. So I'll always say that I was very privileged to grow up like this, but it also was a very important lesson for me because I realized that that's a great way of handling gender equality, especially when you are doing something like I do, which is on the internet, where I'm exposed to all kinds of opinions, judgments, feedback. And that is why I'm extremely passionate about this, because this is also one of my favorite conversations to have with my audience online. And every time this conversation is made, I love the kind of feedback I get. I love the kind of conversations I have. I love the kind of people I get to have these conversations with. I mean, I have friends across the world now who I get to talk to, who I get to learn from, and I love it. I love when a new year starts. Honestly, it's the beginning of newer lists and newer resolutions and newer plans and newer things to do. When it comes to goal number 5, I have 3 things on my to-do list this year. Number 1 is that I want to use my platform to make as many effective and recurring conversations about gender equality as I can. It could be as little as, you know, just sitting down and having a chat with somebody about how their struggle with gender equality or gender stereotypes has been, or just opening it up to my audience and trying to understand what they like talking about in this space. So definitely have more conversations and use my platform to optimize my reach and my impact. Number 2 is I'm a content creator. I love writing. Honestly, it's my favorite thing to do, to write and shoot content. So I also intend to normalize conversations around gender. I want to write about characters, I want to write stories without sensationalizing gender equality. I want to incorporate goal number 5 into my content without making it look like it's an effort, because it really isn't. I mean, if you really look at it, you know, people are people, and I love writing characters without having any gender as the filter when I'm thinking of them, and that sort of opens up a lot of new perspectives and a lot of new ways of looking at people as people, and not sort of shaping them according to what the society might think a particular gender might do. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Basically, I just want to normalize gender equality through my content. Okay, that was me. Honestly, gender equality is something that's so close to my heart. So this talk is even more special because of that. But hey, I would love to know, and I'm sure everybody else here would love to know, what your to-do list is going to be for gender equality this time. Why don't you go out and pen down your thoughts about this? Make a to-do list. Let's actively start working towards doing something that's going to make all of us very, 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 very happy. All right, that's about it. Thank you so much, and have a good day, or night, or evening. Have a good one.
Oh, I love her. Isn't she great? It's no wonder she's got millions of followers. So thank you to Priyanka so much for giving over her platform to raise this important issue. Now, we have heard again and again today why we need everyone if we're going to achieve gender equality. We need men and women. So I'm very glad to bring a man on the stage again. And we're welcoming back the CEO of Yuva, Nikhil Taneja. Please welcome us. Please join us again. And I'm also very happy to ask to come up the brilliant and busiest woman in the SDGs. It's Dr. Ala Mubarak, who is the High-Level Commissioner for Health, Employment, Economic Growth and UN SDG Advocate. Dr. Mubarak.
As the man on stage, I want to listen a lot more today than just talk. I think men have done enough talking. Ala, I've told you this in person, but it's such a privilege to be sharing that stage with you. I've been part of the Goalkeepers Advisory Board for a while, but I'm an unofficial global goals advocate, whereas you're an official one. How does that work? How does one become an official global goals advocate?
Sheer brilliance. No, well, first off, it's a pleasure to be sharing the stage with you. I really started, I'll rewind a little bit. I actually don't think I ever used a lot of the terminology we use in the Sustainable Development Goals in my work when I started. A little over 10 years ago, I founded an organization when I was 21 called The Voice of Libyan Women. And it really focused on women's inclusion and leadership with a specific look at how we shift cultural conversations and norms and how we ensure women's inclusion in peace and security processes. And at no point did I know that there were global frameworks. That wasn't something I picked up immediately. And when I did find things like Resolution 1325, which is Women, Peace, and Security, I got excited because even though a lot of other people in my community didn't recognize or appreciate it, to me it felt like permission to have the conversation, to demand the conversation when I knew that my government had signed on to those things. Now, I started VLW when I was in my final year of medical school. And ever since I was a kid, I knew I wanted to be a doctor. I argue that hospitals, particularly prayer rooms in hospitals, have heard more prayer and more pleas than any synagogue, church, mosque in the world. I find them to be places of just of significant spiritual connection and importance. So I made a decision after graduating medical school to really start focusing on how I could bring the different passions I have: health, equity, and access, women's inclusion and rights, peace and security together. And at that time, we were really ramping up the conversation on the Sustainable Development Goals, winding down the conversation on the Millennium Development Goals. And so it was really this perfect intersection of expertise, of work, of ambition, and I think at the time of hope, which I hope I still have a little bit of now. And then, of course, I became the UN High-Level Commissioner for Health, Employment, and Economic Growth as a result of a lot of the work and leadership that I did on the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yeah, so that's very easy. You just have to do everything that she's done. and you'll be there. So thanks, Ala. No, you're super inspiring. I've seen a lot of your videos before our chat, and I mean, again, it's just amazing to be sitting next to you. There are a couple of things you said, previously that I want to actually point out. You previously said that without women, the global goals won't see the light of the day, and that they are an untapped resource for changing the landscape of sustainable development goals. Sustainable development. Can you tell us how to tap into the potential of women with respect to the SDGs?
I think political will is pretty critical, and I think knowledge is pretty powerful. And so somebody earlier said, you know what, this shouldn't be a question of facts and empirical evidence, it's a moral issue. And I agree, it is a moral issue. But I also like facts and evidence. It's the doctor in me. And so if you look at, we can start from when a girl is born, and we can start by looking at education. And we know that if a girl is educated, her children are more likely to be vaccinated. Her children are more likely to live longer. She's more likely to reinvest economically in her community. Women reinvest, no offense to men, but women reinvest 90% of their income into their community. How much do men reinvest?
Please don't ask me questions that I don't want to give answers to over here.
So 30
But I'll just say that you're almost always right when you speak about
thank you.
else.
So 30 to 40%. So my point here is, if we start just at education, we can already begin to see the dividends. And then you go from education into healthcare. And we know that women who are educated create a cycle of healthcare in their communities, but that's critically important when we just see, especially these past 2 years, how much healthcare impacts our lives. Our entire lives are shaped by access to quality healthcare. Women are the #1 source of community outreach workers when it comes to healthcare, particularly in rural communities. So then we go to something like peace and security. The most significant variable for whether or not a country is going to have conflict internally or regionally is not GDP. Most people think it's money. It's actually the degradation of women's rights. That's our best indicator. So we're talking about women, peace, and security. How effective are most peace processes? Anybody? Anybody want to wager, I guess? 90% of peace processes fail within 5 years. Now, they are 15 times more likely to last if you have women included from the agenda setting phase. That's incredible data. And I haven't even started talking about the economic output. If we were to equally educate and employ women and girls, we're looking at a greater economic growth than China and India combined. So there is no empirical reason, there is no reason rooted in data or logic as to why we would not ensure the inclusion and amplification and activation and respect the agency of girls and women. I personally cannot see it. The only thing it comes down to really is the fact that we're not having a much bigger conversation, which is about how do we change social and cultural norms? How do we talk about unconscious bias? How do we actually shift the political will so that it can meet the data that we're seeing? Because on so many other issues, the evidence is enough. But for whatever reason, on gender equality, it just hasn't been.
No, you're absolutely right, Ala. You know, I mean, I come from India, and India is deeply patriarchal. It's built on a deeply patriarchal conditioning. As I think Christine said earlier, the roles of men and women in a household are just so divided according to gender roles. In India as well, it's almost like hunter-gatherer, right? The man has to be the hunter, he has to work, he has to, earn for the family. The woman has to be the gatherer, and he has to, take care of the family. I actually, a couple of years ago, we did something called the Yuva Roadshow of Kindness, where as part of my company, Yuva, I went to over 35 Indian cities. I went to over 100 campuses. I met over 10,000 young people in person, and I just listened. And among all the young women that I spoke to and heard, it was just tragic for me to realize that even today, between 2020 and 2021, even now, the number of young women, and these were urban centers largely, who said that they were being allowed education, number one. And among the ones who were allowed education, it was more or less a stopgap arrangement before they would eventually get married to a man from a good household. So ultimately, her mission statement in life was to basically get married. Whereas the mission statement of a man's life is typically just to earn money. And there are statistics which are just really sad. A couple of years ago, before the pandemic, there were statistics that came out that said that 40% 30% of adolescent girls in India don't make it to school. 30% of girls from the poorest parts of the country have never seen a school. They don't even know schools exist. And this is pre-pandemic. Imagine how much worse it may have gotten during the pandemic. So, I just feel like until we talk about these gender roles, until we try to break out of these gender roles, we can never truly achieve equality.
I completely agree. And it's interesting because oftentimes when we talk about gender equality, people hone in on women as the only gender, and men have gender too. We should be talking about that. But I appreciate you also mentioning kind of what a societal expectation is, because it does bring me back, as most things do, to healthcare. We talk about wanting to advance women into positions of power, economic opportunity, really amplify their voices and their work, their experience, and their agency. And I really do think if we don't talk about women's reproductive rights as a cornerstone, as a foundation, because if you are a young girl and you are being told you have no control or right over your own body, it is very difficult to imagine you can have control or rights over anything else. And so without really honing in on how do we talk to young girls as babies, and very frankly, how do we talk to young boys? I recently became a mom to a young boy, and I was terrified. I am terrified. I don't know. I know how to talk to my daughter about what society tells her she can and cannot be because I have heard that messaging my whole life. But I don't know what my son hears. I don't know about everything that he is told he can and cannot be and at what cost to who. And so to you, what can I do to ensure that I am raising my son to be somebody who actively supports gender equality, who stands up against gender inequality? How do I do that?
First of all, congratulations on the baby boy.
Thank you. I'm an excellent mom.
It's so, it just struck me, Ala, that, you spoke about how as a woman, you're worried about raising a male kid because you don't know how to make him an ally, whereas I don't have a child so far, but I always keep thinking that if I have a daughter, how would I raise her in this world which is so unequal? So, it's a great question, and it's interesting. I don't claim to be an expert, but I am writing a book on masculinity right now. It's called Be a Man Yaar. I've spoken to a lot of psychologists, I've spoken to students, teachers, parents, and the biggest learning for me has been that in our society, we teach boys to be men before they can ever learn what it is to be human. We don't teach boys, we don't get them to understand gender. I think we need to do that. We need to first raise them in an ungendered way, but at the same time also help them understand the importance of gender and gender equality, but at the same time also gender inequality. As I said earlier, it's not enough for them to be passionate about equality, but be anti-inequality. And that's the only way that they can be raised. I have my own to-do list, for how to raise a male ally. I'll give you 3 sharp points. Hopefully they can be of help. Number 1, I feel like, we teach boys, we only give boys male role models, and I find that so strange. Why can't boys also have female, trans, non-binary role models, right? Why should a boy only have to grow up to be a Bill and Barack when he can also grow up to be a Michelle and Melinda? What's wrong in that? Instead, I find it so cool. Number 2, I feel like we need to give our boys more safe spaces to express themselves. Boys are, told they can't cry, they can't feel pain, they can't ask for help, and that's just terrible. I think that's what, that becomes toxic, and that's how they grow up into being, unable to express emotions. In fact, I feel like there is, we tell boys that you're stronger by by hiding your emotions. On the other hand, I feel you become stronger by being vulnerable, by being able to express emotions. We need to teach them to be human. And finally, I think, again, I cannot repeat this enough, we need to teach them to stand up to inequality. It is not enough to just, be talking about gender equality if you're not going to do anything about the inequality. I feel like we have a privilege as men, and I think it's very important for us to recognize that this is a privilege. Being born a man is a privilege. So in every space we occupy, which by the way is designed with men in mind, every space we occupy is designed. So even if we are doing our best at home to kind of teach boys and women, to teach gender at home, but the moment they step outside, they are going to find these unequal spaces. So, and they need to fight, they need to stand up for the rights of women in all of these spaces, not just women, but I think all genders, non-binary, trans folks, as much as possible. And I feel like that's the only way, gender equality can be achieved. I think change needs to start at home, and change needs to start with the individual.
I think that's an excellent to-do list. It really is. I mean, it makes me reflect a little bit on my own, because I think we talk a lot about ambition, and there's a lot of great ideas, and everybody talks about, okay, let's implement, let's act, let's implement, and I'm eager to do all of that. I think many people around the world are actually doing that. That is how many countries in conflict and how many families in the past few years have survived, because people are doing the work without being on stage and having the chance to talk about it. It's how society is sustained, and oftentimes those people are women. But it does bring to light an important conversation around accountability. Because we often talk about, well, the governments aren't doing this, and businesses aren't doing this. And very frankly, I think number one on everybody's to-do list should be, okay, but what are you doing? Like, what are we doing in our own lives? How are we accountable? If you have the privilege to be in particular places, particular platforms, who are you bringing with you into that room? If you have the privilege of holding and occupying particular positions, who are you mentoring? Who are you teaching? Who are you supporting? Who are you amplifying? If you have the privilege of having economic resource, educational resources, who are you leveraging that for? How are you opening this space? How are you making it bigger? How are you shifting the conversation? How are you actively? How is your position and presence in a space making it better? Because if you're just warming a seat, very frankly, we're not going to get anywhere. And it can't all be about governments and businesses, because, and this might be me being very jaded, but people will always work in their interest. And it is very rarely the interests of governments or businesses to do things differently when things seem to be working well enough for them. And so I do think, number one, on every to-do list, accountability. You have to actively stand up against what you are seeing that you do not believe in. And you have to leverage yourself and what you have to be able to create that space for others. The second thing, and my husband got me into this, he loves kind of these like self-improvement and how do we actually measure impact? It's not about talking about it, how do you measure it? And so he got me into something called OKRs. And I've become a big nerd about it, but basically setting a goal and then saying, okay, how did I actually achieve this? Taking that inventory at the end and saying, did I actually meet this? So if it is about, raising someone to do something differently, if it is about saying every single space I'm in, I'm going to actively talk about gender equality, whether or not gender is on the table. How have you actually measured against that by the end of the year? How have you actually shifted that conversation in your own space? And then the last, I've heard a lot today and yesterday about youth leadership. I had very recently when I turned 30, I had what I like to call my second quarter life crisis, because I began to think like the world should be different. I've been doing this for over 10 years and it feels like we're going backwards on health, on equity, on access, on sustainability, on gender equality. To me, it just did not feel like we were actually moving in the right direction. We're taking a boulder up a hill and it keeps rolling back on us. And someone said something yesterday about how youth have no hope when it comes to climate change. And it stuck with me because I don't think I would still be here 10 years out if it were not for hope. And I will say my third to-do list is to appreciate the value of hope and joy in sustaining movements. Ultimately, we are talking about shifts in power. Gender equality is about power. Reproductive access is about power. Economic growth is about power. This is a conversation about power. It will not be easy. No one will give it to us. No one will tell us we deserve it. It's our right. I'm sorry, but the world has taught us a little bit differently. And history has shown us that we're only going to get it if we work towards it and achieve it. And the only way we can do that is through sustained movements. So anger can make us angry and it can get us to march. But joy and hope, they sustain a movement. In absence of everything else, having that collaboration, that spirit, that is what genuinely sustains a movement. So as a recovering quarter-life crisiser, joy would be the third to-do list, is to I think, reinsert joy and hope into a lot of our movements and recognize it is work. It's going to be brutal. But if we're doing it together and we're holding ourselves accountable for our own actions, we should do it relatively well. I mean, ultimately, I'll be honest, I'm not trying to like climb Kilimanjaro or like walk on the moon.
Just change the world. That's all you're trying to do.
Well, but not even change the world anymore. I'm trying to be like the favorite parent and the favorite child. My bar is, but I just think if we were to center it, I think more on how we change our families and our communities, then little by little each one changes, and we do change the world.
Absolutely. I think you couldn't have put it better. Change starts with the individual, and joy, I think the power of joy, I think, is not spoken about enough. I think a lot of joy can also come from, I think, what earlier was said, also by taking care of some of our mental health. I think there's a huge component of mental health in the work around gender, the emotional labor that women put in, and the absence of any conversation about mental health when it comes to men. So there's so much of that we need to kind of also take care of. Self-care is really important. I think joy comes from being starting from that place. I think everything starts from the individual. So Ala, thank you so much for the wonderful, inspiring words. I can't believe that I've been doing so many conversations at Global Goal events for so long, and I've never ever had the privilege of speaking with you, but I'm really glad that I could do that today. Listening to you and learning from you has been a true joy. Let me say that.
The feeling is mutual. The feeling is very mutual, and I'm very grateful, I think the one thing that has changed, to give the world credit, is I actually can't imagine having had this conversation with you on a stage like this 10 years ago. I think the conversations that we are having, the people we are hearing from are fundamentally different. And so if there's anything I am excited for my son to grow up seeing, it is that people from countries like ours, with backgrounds like ours, with voices like ours, are being amplified on the same stages as the people that you mentioned earlier, and are equally role models to young boys and girls. So thank you.
No, absolutely. And, I also think that 10 years ago, I don't think that it would have been okay for men to actually speak about emotion, so even that's really changing. And I'm so glad that I'm able to overcome the stigma of being able to talk about, mental health and emotions and sensitivity and vulnerability as a man. So absolutely, again, lots to learn from you. Again, please watch her talks. I spent like half a day just going through everything that she was saying. Thank you, Ala. It's been so inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ala, and thank you and well done, Nikhil, for being brave enough to talk to Dr. Ala in public. She's brilliant, but she could be scary, but that was really inspiring. And thanks to everyone who's contributed to this session, because I think there's so much inspiration, joy, hope, and fantastic food for thought going forward, so thank you. We now have a treat. We have another live performance to bring us into the next session. Our next performer is a leader. She's a scholar. She's an artist, and she's a poet. So please, will you all welcome to the stage Dr. Afra Atiq.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything after you said fantastic food. Like I didn't hear the food for thought. I just heard for fantastic food, and I was like, okay, let's do this. But I'm so happy to be here. I'm so excited to be part of this. As a poet and as a creative, I think often we're not invited into the spaces where decisions and discussions are happening. So I feel very blessed to be here. So thank you for inviting me, and I'm so excited to share this poem with you. So the way this works is that if you hear something you like, you snap. That is the part where you snap and nobody snapped. Let's try this again. If you hear something you like, you snap. There you go. This section over here understands what I'm talking about. If you hear something you love, you can clap. It's collaborative, it's interactive. It lets me know that I'm doing a good job. It lets the organizers know that they should invite me back. You know, things like that. So it's about it is about that. This poem is currently untitled. So for the purposes of this performance, it's called "They Will Know." And I was thinking, what do you say? What do you say about these 17 goals that we're working towards to improve our world and to become more sustainable and to ensure that there is a beautiful planet left for generations and generations to come. So there was a lot of deep thought and sleeplessness that went into it, but I'm quite happy with the way it. Okay, I don't know if are you waving at me? Or no? Okay. Sorry, I saw the waving and I was like, oh yes, you're trying to tell me something. But anyways, so for all intents and purposes, this is called They Will Know. And it goes something like this. Bismillah. How many people does it take to make a change? Real change. The answer, just one. As in each and every one moment in time, a singular action of occurrence, you see the future is moving upstream, and it must be in a direction that is accessible for everyone. We cannot get caught in current ways of a future built on a now looming over us if we do not work together. It is time to hang framework like portraits in galleries, where generations and generations to come will know of this masterpiece of a place we call home, and all the ways we said we, nahnu, nu, nos, tayo, until our voices became melodies strong enough to reverse the damage. They will know the first item we checked off of our global to-do list was a commitment to tangible actions, because commitment without action is just shadows, which find elaborate ways to say can't, won't, not doable, numbers won't allow it, statistics don't tell us anything. Instead, we get goal specific. We repair what needs to be fixed. We are way, way past dwelling over what we didn't do, only to dream about what we could have and should have. They will know of the result of us saying yes to mandating policies, tackling inequalities to equalize opportunities through little steps, creating big consistencies, reflecting and directing, assessing and recalibrating if necessary. It is time that we will work together, shoulder to shoulder, to build partnerships the same ways and shoulder these responsibilities, building the same way we build a house, over stable foundations, ensuring enough space for everything and everyone it will hold, wrapped in a willingness to always learn, which is to say, if you want to learn about the past, ask a poet. If you want to know about the future and the direction it is going, ask an expert. And if you want to know how many people it takes to make a change, look inward. Because change starts today with one and one and one and one, and they will know you and us and all the ways we can say we and us and say together. Salam alaikum. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel really blessed and grateful to have shared that with all of you. So thank you so much for your time and your energy and your love and your joy. And it's been such a wonderful day spending all this time with you.
Hello, what an honor it is to be here joining you at Expo 2020 and chatting about the global goals. Thank you to Her Excellency Reem Al Hashimi and my very dear friend Amina Mohammed. My name is Richard Curtis. I'm a UN advocate for the Sustainable Development Goals and also, in my other life, a writer of lots of dodgy romantic comedies that have made Hugh Grant so rich and so unhappy. But my passion for questions of global justice started about 35 years ago. First, I started a charity called Red Nose Day and then got very involved in the Make Poverty History campaign and the Live 8 concerts in 2005. These were really working for the Millennium Development Goals, fighting the worst effects of extreme poverty. And then came the global goals. And working for and with the UN, I've been totally obsessed by them for 6 years. And today I'm not going to talk about one of them specifically, but about the goals as a whole, because it's their comprehensive nature that I think is so remarkable. Some people say there should have been fewer of them, but I love the fact that there are 17 because it is a complicated world. And I'd always focused on poverty, particularly in Africa, and yet I felt by 2015 it's absurd not to fight equally passionately for the planet, because people and planet are completely intertwined. And then the big issues of social justice, race, gender, diversity of all kinds are absolutely at the heart of human progress. And suddenly, here's this amazing document that talks about everything, dissects everything, sets down targets and solutions, a really comprehensive to-do list for the world. The specific job that myself and my partners at Project Everyone took on was to try and make the goals accessible and famous, because you can't fight for your rights if you don't know what they are. We worked on designing a bright and simple look for the goals so that they wouldn't be locked just into a long prose document. We worked on launching them in 2015 on TV, on radio, and on the actual building of the UN. And since then, we've continued this work in every way that we can. We've spread them through schools with the world's largest lesson. And what is so encouraging and necessary is that there's a new, powerful generation that has, it seems to me, the fundamentals of the global goals in their DNA, profoundly believing in climate justice and in racial and gender equality. We've worked with the Global Compact and our group, the Business Avengers, to try and make sure that business takes the goals seriously, getting involved at the most practical level with how businesses behave themselves and in how they make and market their products. And I do have to say, this is, for me, one of the most exciting areas that we've worked in. Back around Live 8, we literally couldn't get companies even to talk to us. But now many businesses are leading the way. I've also recently been involved in a campaign called Make My Money Matter, which is a campaign to tell people about the immense power of sustainable pensions, which then opens up the whole world of responsibility and power in how we all use our financial footprint to affect our carbon footprint and to create a sustainable and just future. So here we are, 6 years into this epic endeavor, this amazing opportunity for the world, and I've been asked to get a bit specific at the end of my little talk to set out a little to-do list of my own about the world's to-do list. So here goes. 1, actually do go back to the original document. It's in fact a pretty quick and easy read, and it is incredibly interesting. I'm a huge fan of the Beatles. I've written whole films about them, and sometimes I feel I have to go back and actually listen to the actual albums to remember why I became so obsessed. So do read the SDGs. You'll be amazed by their practicality. And 2, if you've got children, chat to them about the goals. This new generation is so passionate about changing the world, but sometimes I think they feel overwhelmed by the size of the problems. So show them that our generation has actually wrestled with this and there is a real plan. And if you haven't got kids, then take it upstairs. Talk to your employers about them, to your colleagues. Check out whether in your everyday working life you could actually be taking effective action for the goals. And 3, a third, a particular bee in my bonnet, do check out your pension, your bank, your company's investments. Don't fight for justice in your own life and then find out that your money, as it were, behind your back is investing in arms, in gambling, in cigarettes, in bad supply chains, and in destroying the planet that we're all trying to save. The goals really do stand up. They work in action. They're the most important to-do list in history, and our future depends on every one of us knowing them and fighting for them in juicy, practical ways every day of our lives. Thank you all, and all my best wishes for a wonderful and productive 2022.
Thanks to Richard there. We've worked on the goals since just 2014, actually, and one of his early to-dos, before he called them to-do lists, was to make things happen, you have to make things, which I think is one of the best pieces of advice you can give to anyone who's trying to make change. And so I think we are all very, very proud to have worked on today's session. We've all worked on it together and to be part of this first ever Global Goals Week outside of the General Assembly, because I hope it's a sign of great things to come. And it's been a real honor. We've been asking the public, as you know, who've been watching, for their to-do, so I'm going to read a few out now. And I was also hoping that there's some people in the room have come up with a to-do, so I'll be giving, if you can all have a quick think now and raise your hand when I've read a few of these out, it would be great to hear, having sat through the whole thing, you might as well get your voice heard and tell us what you've got to do. So I'll come to you after these. The first one I like is, someone has said, I want to educate the next generation of leaders to become active and responsible citizens, which is nice, isn't it? And then another one, which I really enjoy. It sounds like this is coming from quite a young person. It says, when I occupy a space, I will make sure I deliver on it, which sounds to me like someone has really been inspired by what we've heard. So back to you guys in a second, but now I would like to return to the beginning where we started this day, and I hope she's waiting for us. Her Excellency, Rima Al-Hashimi, I think is going to come and give us her closing thoughts and remarks after such an exciting session. Hello, Your Excellency.
Hello again, and good afternoon to all of you. As you may know, in our culture, rain symbolizes blessings and symbolizes mercy. And to be able to deliver on closing remarks when it's raining and having a pretty cloudy, coldish day in Dubai terms is really a symbol of many, many good things to come. And so as I close this with my sister and dear friend Amina, after listening through all of our different sessions, I can say with confidence that leadership sits in all of us if we have enough inspiration around us as well. And so together is better, and together is necessary, and together we can do this. I hope we are left with a sense of ambition and a sense of purpose, but not something that's sort of lovey-dovey, that's something that's really tangible. I think one of the distinguishing factors of our sessions together was that the solutions are not enigmatic or ambiguous. It's pretty clear what we need to all do and how we need to be galvanized, around and towards. And so I hope you take from these sessions that sense of agency and that true conviction that we can all not just leave our mark, but design that mark as we push forward, and certainly in our own families and in our own communities, those who are not part of these discussions, we're definitely able to do things collectively. I also am left with another thought, which is that we need all of us. It's not enough to just have like-minded groups, and a lot of us here are like-minded groups, but we need to exercise the necessary patience and perseverance to increase that grouping as much as we possibly can, because all of us are necessary to be able to push the needle. I'm very grateful for your time, and very grateful for those of you who've shared your insights and your personal stories. Know that you've made Expo richer and better, and you've made these discussions more meaningful. And I, for one, am left more inspired and more determined to get closer to 2030 than ever before. So thank you again very much for your time and for your attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you. And actually, that is the end. We need to close out our session. Thanks so much to everyone who's taken part today. I would like the to-do lists to still keep coming in, so do keep sending them in, and all week we'll be posting them on the Global Goals socials and the Expo socials, because this is the start of an incredibly rich week, Global Goals Week here at Dubai Expo. For now, I'm just going to thank our performers, our speakers, our contributors, and wish you all the very, very best for Global Goals Week. Goodbye from Dubai.